Hey everybody, welcome back to the fish tank. It's tournament time today. Knight's Duel number 34. Let's get some music on from the game. Hey. Right, you should be able to hear that now. Right, hopefully everyone's doing well. I think I'm going to be on my own today. FDM might join us in a bit, not sure. See how that goes. Right, tournament time, 1v1, Minion Masters. Lots of cool stuff going on in Dwarfland the last couple of weeks. We had the new Frostbite expansion. That Frostbite DLC is free for everyone. We have some extra DLCs for free on Steam. And of course, Minion Masters has gone mobile. You can play it on your supported Android device from now. And if you didn't follow the news recently, Netflix are no longer involved. It's not a Netflix gaming thing. BetaDwarf control it completely, and that means there's no additional restrictions from Netflix, which means cross-save / cross-progression. So you can use your same account on Steam and on Android. Xbox is not included in that at the moment, but hopefully will come in the future. No iOS version at the moment, but hopefully if the Android version is well received and popular, then there should be no reason for them to do an iOS version in the future. So fingers crossed, but look out for that. And of course, remember, full cross play. So that means that players on all of the different platforms can play together. So from sort of a casual point of view, you on PC can play with your Xbox friend or your mobile friend, which is pretty exciting. And just making sure everything's okay with the stream here. And from a tournament point of view, and of course this has some additional questions, but from a tournament point of view, we can have cross-platform tournaments. So we can have a tournament. This tournament is available for anyone on any device, PC, Xbox, or mobile. Of course, different form factors may have input benefits over the others. You might find it easier using a mouse and keyboard than your thumbs, for example, but the options are there, and we shall explore that more going forward. Do we want full cross-platform tournaments? Do we want separated tournaments? We'll see. We'll have that discussion when it's necessary. There was something else I wanted to say about that. Oh, yeah, so I do know we have one player today who is playing on a Steam Deck. So that's basically a PC, but with a controller, because they're not at home. So that's pretty cool to know. So we'll look out for that coming forward. So 1v1 tournaments day, $400 prize pool. This tournament is brought to you by Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf, the Minion Masters developer. So thanks to those guys for supporting it and putting forward the money. Deadshot won the last one. Haven't seen Deadshot win for a while, but he did win the last one. And he is playing very well at the moment. He was great in the last tournament. He's currently top of the leaderboard, and having spoken to him today, he's pretty confident about his chances. He feels his biggest concern is going to be playing against Dark Crow, although Dark Crow hasn't been playing much this season. So that might give a bit of a benefit to the Deadshot side of things. Brackets, as always, you can check them at the pinned link at the top of your chat. We're just waiting, I think, for everyone to be fully joined, locked in. So if we just have a quick look at this. So we got DSOO against Chief, Dark Crow against Renzo, Set against Tail Neo, Ficus against Papu, Destroy against Kenuru, Centera against Electro, and Silco looks like he's got a bye in the first round. Now remember, the way the rounds worked is we're going to have 4 or 5 Swiss rounds where the players will play against each other based on their performance today. So the winners will play winners, etc. And they'll be earning points. After those rounds have been completed, we will have a top either 4 or 8, depends on various things. Normally we do a top 4, but last time we switched to a top 8 for reasons. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, when we get to the top X, we'll call it for now, that will be a single elimination, and that will switch to best of 5, whereas previously it's going to be best of 3. And the best of 5 matches have what we call conquest rules, where if you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. But the earlier matches, the best of 3 matches, the Swiss round matches, don't have that restriction. So earlier rounds are much more flexible and less restrictive, which is great for newer players because they might not have a lot of decks, a lot of masters, stuff like that. But then when we get to the business end of the tournament, that's when it gets kind of serious. Right. Let me just double check that everything is okay with the stream. I can hear myself, that's good. Right, so it's almost time. So yeah, as I said, lots of cool stuff going on in Minions at the moment. We had a little bit of a rocky launch with mobile. There was some authentication issues. They've been fixed now, so you should be able to get online with your phone. And remember, as I said, you can link your Steam account to your phone account, so you can use the same account on both devices. And if you want to know how to do that, just check out my YouTube video explaining exactly how to do it. We've only had one person that managed to screw it up so far. But there's always one, right? Now, of course, today, as always, we'll have some banned cards. Season cards are banned. So current season cards, Nazara, the Cold Countess, and Frostfang Familiar, both banned. Probably wouldn't see them anyway. I think they're both slated for a buff in the upcoming next patch. But previous season cards that were banned and are no longer banned, Rystar, High Marshal Rystar, who we've seen everywhere on the ladder, and it's definitely going to be something that people have to consider today. Are they going to ban Rystar? And we'll talk about the bans in a moment. Are they going to play Rystar? Are they going to counter Rystar? They need to keep Rystar, I think, in their mind because it's such a strong strat. And the Crossbow Clubhouse, that's also unbanned. Not so likely to see that. But again, that's another card that is looking like it's going to get a buff. Rystar's probably going to get a nerf in the next patch. I think they're going to reduce Bulwark, his buff to his Centurions, down to 25% damage reduction instead of 50% range damage reduction. And we also have one more banned card, which is the Rocket Scrap. That's bugged at the moment, where it can permanently be invisible and take a bridge, for example. But we do have a lot of cards, a lot of bugs that have been fixed recently. So not many cards that are banned through bugs. Only the Rocket Scrap at the moment. So that's good. And expect even more bug fixes coming forward in the next Minion Masters patch. Right. So we're going to go and see Dark Crow against RENZO in the first round. As I mentioned, the players do have ban powers. So each player in each match can ban 1 master and 3 cards. That prevents their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has that power back towards them. The bans are done in private, so no one gets the benefit of banning second. And we'll see. As we always talk about the bans, some people ban what's strong in the meta, some people ban what's strong against their deck, some people ban what's something that their opponent likes to play. So there's lots of different things when it comes to bans, and we'll see which cards pick up a lot of bans. Normally, Ardera picks up a lot of bans. Korgoth maybe. We'll see if Rystar gets some bans. We'll find out when we go into our first match. So we're going to get set up here. It's going to be Dark Crow against RENZO in the first game of today. Based on RENZO's stream yesterday, he was trying some new stuff out, which we may see today. As I mentioned earlier, Dark Crow hasn't been playing too much this season, but we'll see if that affects him or not. Now, one of the things that the devs added in the last patch, but didn't actually include it in the patch notes for some reason, they added a search for your friends, whether that's on your friends list or when you're creating a lobby, which is massive. That's a huge quality of life improvement, especially when you've got a lot of friends on your friends list. So that's a great thing. Right, so we're going to get set up with our spectate here. And once we get the bans in, we'll discuss them. So we had quite a few cards banned in the last patch, which was last tournament because of bugs. Most of them have been squished. Storm Tamer. I expect we'll see Storm Tamer today. From my meta analysis, when I follow the leaderboards each season, haven't made the video for this season yet because we're still a little early in the season, but Storm Tamer is popular. That's for sure. So whilst people played him a lot when he was bugged, and I do think his play rate dropped a little bit after the bug fix, but only a little bit. And he is very strong, and again, that's another card that we're probably going to see nerfed in the not too distant future. Right, what was I going to do? Do something. Hello, someone get in my head and tell me what I was going to do. Okay, let's bring up the brackets on my screen. We can see what's going on. And then we'll get into the first game of the day. Sometimes it takes a little while to get going at the start of the events, especially when there's a lot of new players. They're not quite sure what to do, where to go. But we should be fine. Right. So Dark Crow against I'm just going to say Renzo, not his full name. So round one, this is best of 3 as mentioned. Right. We are ready to look at the player bans. Let's bring up our little ban screen. Right, so as mentioned, each player can ban 1 master and 3 cards, and that prevents their opponent from playing those. So, Dark Crow has banned Apep, Spirit Infusion. Now remember, Spirit Infusion got buffed in the last patch, so you get 4 spirits instead of 3. For the same mana, over 8 seconds instead of 6, so you just get 1 for each. 1 for every 2 seconds. So it's better, but in solos, a lot of that sort of that fourth spirit tends to get wasted. But also the other side of it is even if you just want 3 spirits, because it's over 8 seconds now, you have those extra 2 seconds to get another minion out to pick up that extra spirit. Right, so Spirit Infusion, High Inquisitor Ardera, I'm trying to remember what her official name was, and High Marshal Rystar. Right, so those are the Dark Crow bans, and then King Puff has been banned by RENZO. And RENZO has also banned Sapphire Pebbles, very small, cheap, simple, but powerful card. Spell Dancer, another one that's going to get a big spanking in the nerfs coming up. And Rystar again. So, interestingly, when we have a new card like Rystar that's very strong, and then people start feeling like they have to ban it, that means that that's something that they can't use that ban power on something else. So that means that something else might get the chance to be played where previously it would be banned. So even if Rystar just gets fully banned, that opens up other strats. Okay, so RENZO against Dark Crow. Dark Crow finished, I think, 3rd in the last event. Definitely won a lot of events. Oh, a reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay just to keep everything above board with stream sniping, etc. So that makes responding to the chat an experience. Right, looks like we're ready to go in for our first game of the day. Dark Crow against RENZO. Should be a good one. That's an empty cup. Right, I've given the thumbs up from me. I've got a thumbs up in return. Yes, Florian. The game has grown over the last couple of weeks since the mobile launch, or maybe since the last week. The mobile launch has increased Steam players like 4-fold. And of course, on top of that, we've got the Xbox players and the mobile players, which we don't have figures for. So yes. No One Eye, what's up? How are you doing? So we're just waiting for the first match to start. Renzo against Dark Crow. Here we go. It's the first game of the day. It's Minion Masters. It's Knight's Duel number 34. Team Honor Frenzy, BetaDwarf, Dark Crow, RENZO. Okay. Both players playing the Resonating Blast Crystal, which is very strong at the moment. And again, another card that's looking to get nerfed in the future. Dark Crow playing Diona. He's got the Dynasty Diona skin, the rarest skin in the game, only available for tournament winners. Against Morelia. Right, Reconator. So this is going to be a Reconator plus a lot of Scrats and Zeppelins. Oh, Renzo's got a Denver in there. That could be good against the Reconator. We've also got Snake Druid as well. Again, a card that could be great against the Reconator. Keep it locked down, keep it away from face. But that's the Resonating Blast Crystal with the clear. Scrat Swarm available. That's 5 Scrats in the opponent area. He's waiting. That's all. Okay. Denver. Oh, he throws it back onto face, but it dies. Okay. That's a Spirited Denver. Let's see how that he does. Remember, Denver throws things over his shoulder. They take damage when they land. And if they land on enemy minions, they will also do additional damage to those. Right. Spirited Denver plus Vuck. Let's see. Okay, so Zip Zapinator is going to lock that Denver down. Feels kind of bad, man. But it's going to take a little while to clear this up. So we're going to get some face damage on Dark Crow. We're also going to get some XP coming from the bridges being red for quite some time. Okay, the Spell Dancer is really good, but those units are just a little bit too tanky for the Spell Dancer to absolutely murder. She gets shredded there. Oh, Renzo burning a bit of mana at the moment. Not sure what to do. Needs to do something. Sitting there doing nothing is not the thing. He's waiting for the next stuff to come in. We've got to see a Resonating Blast Crystal here. Double Explosion. Well, triple Explosion, really, from the Blast Crystal on the second time you use it. Which can be insane. Draft never got removed. Draft was changed. Had a faction restriction, Florian. But they've removed that faction restriction, so it's back to the original draft that we love. Okay, so again, we've got a problem at the bottom with Denver. It's just going to get locked down by the Zapinator. And what you'll likely see with Dark Crow doing is he'll just hold his Zapinator until the Denver is committed, and then just play it. Which is frustrating for Renzo. XP's very similar though. Both players done a similar amount of face damage as well. We do have Renzo with perk 3 Dragon, Nearvia the Fallen, which sometimes can be the power spike that you just need to win a game. Or get far enough ahead to win it. That 1 HP Zapinator was kind of annoying there. Literally empty health bar. Don't think he's playing enough piloted minions to get the bombard. Okay, Renzo needs to play this carefully. He doesn't want to get his Denver locked up with the Zip, but it looks like he might do. The Reconator's a problem. Going to throw it over his face, onto face, over his head onto face. Going to throw it back this time. Might get stunned in the process. Kind of got stunned as he was throwing it, so it just went up. Big XP lead now for Dark Crow. Renzo needs to get his Dragon out, but he can't sit there and wait. He might do it here. No, there's the Blast Crystal. He really wants to get that dragon out. This is going to be a lot of face damage. The Reconator does have a lot of HP, so it takes a while to chunk it down. Okay, I feel like the Zapinator was the MVP in this game. Just RENZO had, of course, the Denver big dinosaur, which just got fully shut down, unfortunately. Okay, we got a trap on face. A little bit more damage coming in. Double trap on face. Zeppelin as well. 2 HP, and the last tick takes the game for Dark Crow. Okay, so that's our first game. And interesting to see Denver there. A little bit different. RENZO's definitely going to bring some different things. Got kind of screwed by the Zapinator, unfortunately. But these things happen. Right, Dark Crow takes the first one. Best of 3, remember? So, that's first to 2. Do the maths. So we have a look what RENZO banned. He banned Rystar, Spelldancer, and Pebble. I feel like he would have been much better off banning, instead of... I know it's like the hindsight, right? But the Pebble, the Sapphire Pebble, I mean, it's a good ban, but it's not like an MVP ban, I don't think. Pharmacist, yes, I could make a deck, but unfortunately not right now. Someone else in the chat might be able to make you a deck right now. But currently, I'm a little busy. Right, so waiting for the players to load into the second game. I think we already had some of the other round matches completed pretty quickly. Don't forget to follow the brackets in the link comment. So, DSOO against Chief is 1-1. Okay, DSOO reigning champion, dropping a game there. Set's already taken a win. Ficus has taken a win. Centera's taken a win. Destroy is a game up against Kanuru. And of course we've got Dark Crow, a game up here against RENZO. Go buy a Secret Lab chair, they're awesome. So, a player like RENZO is sometimes tricky to play against because he will bring different things. So you just have to kind of play smart and play something just strong and ban something meta. We did see an interesting Rystar deck from RENZO on his stream yesterday. We may or may not get to see that today. Denver can be problematic to deal with, but not if there's a Zip Zapinator just locking it down. Actually feels bad. But sometimes sometimes a card has a weakness like that, right? Some cards are decent, but then they get really, really hard counters. Whereas you have other cards that are not so good. Their peak's not as good, but their worst is not as bad. They don't get so fully countered. And of course, that's worse when you're in a tournament. Right, here we go. We're going to load into our second game. Dark Crow against RENZO.
Start expending mana. Go, go, go!
Right. Azali wrecked for Dark Crow. RENZO's playing a Mordor deck. Kind of a mid-range Mordor. With all sorts of insanity. Right. We've got a Boom Buggy there. Got to be careful with the Boom Buggy with Mordor because it does have piloted, so it will drop a scrap when it dies. Haven't seen any stuns from Dark Crow at the moment, so, you know, Mordor kind of lives and dies by the stun. Okay, there's Vux, AoE, nice target position there with... Okay, okay. We know that some things can get out of control when it comes to Mana Puff Madness. Let's see. But the puffs are there a little bit for Dark Crow, getting some value out of that. But a decent position on the field here for RENZO. No stuns for Dark Crow, so Tombstones should be getting good value for RENZO. Going to take a little while for Dark Crow to clear this up. He's going to take a lot of damage in the meantime. But Dark Crow only needs one situation where he gets all of his mana puffs up, kills RENZO's mana puffs, gets some extra mana ticks, and then it's just game over. So let's see how we can do that. Yep, DSOO is currently the #1 player on the leaderboard with his King Puff deck, which I'm sure we'll see today. I've been playing something similar to that. I played it without the Black Hole. I don't have DSOO's Galaxy Brain for the Black Hole. Okay, so here he's got to defend. Somehow Azali gets on that in the pocket. Might have been... I don't know if they had a taunt on it from Morgul's Mark. RENZO's doing okay at the moment. Got an XP lead. Remember, when he reses things now at perk 2, they come with Spirit and Haste. Hey, Wish Stream, good to see you. So this looks like it's going well for RENZO, but as I say, these decks can change in an instant. With the Mana Puff Madness, if one player gets a bunch of Mana Puffs for a couple of ticks, it can get out of control. RENZO doing a great job shutting down the Mana Puffs at the bottom, but they're still going to be alive at the top for a while. Not too long, though. They did get some pops off, though. And this is going to be difficult for Dark Crow to shut down. Curse Bearer is going to die. Curse will linger for a little bit, but taking a lot of damage. I think this is looking like RENZO's game. The longer it goes on, we'll have that big perk 3 Tombstone. Don't think Dark Crow can hold on here. This is going to be Vuck on face. This is going to be 1-1. We got a game here. RENZO brings us back and showcases the power of Vuck. Vuck's Clutch Cooker, a card that we don't see too often, especially in tournaments, but some players swear by him. He has that grapple. If you have piloted in your deck, then he has the barrage. So an interesting card with lots of different mechanics. And as you can see there, when played correctly, it can be a bit of a nightmare. Has the Flamethrower AoE attack, which is great to clearing all sorts of little things. Nicely done. 1-1. Okay, game on. Denver got fully shut down in that first game. Denver was removed, switched to a Mordor deck, and it worked out nicely. And there we see, if Dark Crow had a stun in his deck, Mordor would suffer a lot. Not only can you reset Mordor's attack, because of course his attack gets faster and faster the longer it's going on for, of course you can stop the revives as well. But Mordor's always been like that, right? The stuns are really problematic for him. The tombstones are not quite so coin flippy because they can recharge and they can give you multiple reses, but they still have that fear of stuns for sure. Morning Uncle. Right, 1-1. So we are in the Swiss sort of format, so losing is not necessarily the end of your day. When it comes to whether you can qualify for the top 4, for example. If you lose twice, you're probably out of it. If you lose once, you can still get in. But the idea is to not lose at all. So this is the only match that hasn't been completed yet in the first round. DSOO beating Chief 2-1. Set beating Tailney 2-0. Fickers beating Papu 2-0. Destroy beating Kanaru 2-0. Centera beating Electro 2-0. And Silco getting a bye because of an odd number of players. I would definitely expect Dark Crow to get to the top 4. DSOO, probably I would say the favourite. Merlin asked about the mobile tournament. Now remember, we could have mobile players. We don't know. See, the thing is, with the cross-platform stuff, it's not that easy to tell what platform people are on. So I don't think we could have like a PC-only tournament. If we wanted to, anyone can join it, right? Right! The decider in this best of 3, Dark Crow goes back to Morelia, and we've got the classic Growth Burst Shroom, Blue Golem business. Slightly different from RENZO though. Ratbow, not a master, sorry, we see too often. Destroy played on mobile? That's pretty cool. What's up with the fishes? One's on the wall. Every sub on Twitch gets a fish on the wall. Well, they used to, until I got bored of doing them. But it might come back. Okay, there we see the spirit on the golem with the Growth Burst Shroom as well, so that is a big green bastard. But the sniper's going to shut him down. The snipers have shield as well. Oof. Very nice shield. How did it go, Destroy? How was mobile on mobile? The general feedback from mobile is basically the people that have been able to play on their phone, it's been great. There was the authentication issue that some people couldn't get in, but apart from that, it's been really good. Right, Prowler's going to shut down the monkey at the bottom. You might just have to wait, Florian. It'll take a while to do it. But let's see if we can get any value from the Dakar. Very powerful perk is the Dakar from Ratbow, but only if it really depends on if there's something good for it to attack. Okay, so we saw a misplay with the Hypno there. The Hypno, because of the slow attack of the Flame Imp, the Hypno did nothing to it, really. It kind of made it look at the snipers, but it didn't. I don't think it got an attack off. So you just got to wait. You got to play Hypno at the right time with those specific units. There's a Daka. Dark Crow looked like he was ready for it. Flyby comes in to give you extra bodies to power up the Daka, but Dark Crow shut it down. And what Renzo might need to do with the Daka now is just to play it a bit more cautiously. Make sure that he doesn't give Dark Crow the opportunity to block it. But the snipers are going to be great against these big units. The shield as well means it's difficult for them to be removed. But he does need to get some meat in front of them. Here come the spirits. That's not spirit infusion. That's spirits just from Morelia's spellbook. 2 of them, of course, at this time of the match. Could have maybe saved that, I think. He can shred this with a Daka if he wants. Would have been worth it. Like, that's really bad that Prowler ended up getting hit there. That's really feels bad. Okay, XP very similar. But of course, as we always say with Morelia, we are going to have that dragon. Which can definitely change things. Okay, there's the Hypno. Okay, one sniper goes down. Can he keep them alive? Dragon, of course, comes with Rimagal's breath. No, it doesn't. It comes with Nirvir's breath. That'd be weird. Nirvir with Rimagal's breath. Maybe they've been kissing. I don't want to talk about that. Okay, Dark Crow getting a good XP lead at the moment here. Things seem to be getting better as this game goes on for him. A big Daka on the big dragon will be great. Steam authentication bug? Haven't heard of that. Okay, there's the Daka. It's not the biggest Daka in the world. That's what she said. And he's just not going to have the DPS really to get through here. There's going to be a Flame Imp, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage, and he has to keep putting some tanks down to try to stay alive. And I don't think he's going to be able to. I feel like the Flame Imp was the better option there. The snipers are just not going to be able to kill it quickly enough. The snipers shoot each other. That's really frustrating. Great to hear we got some mobile players playing today. Hopefully they get on well. And then we see Dark Crow went back to just basics, really. Dark Crow losing that second game, but just going back to some straightforward meta strats in that third game. And again, Renzo playing pretty off meta. Right, okay, so Dark Crow takes that, and that should be the completion of the first round. Again, you can follow along from home, see what's going on. So once this score's locked in, we'll go into the second round. We can't see the matches in the second round yet because the matches depend on the results of the previous round and all rounds. So we've got to get them locked in, and then we'll move on. Right, thanks for the follow, Lady Matsu. Guys, if you're just joining us today, Night's Duel number 34, $400 Minion Masters 1v1 tournament, provided by Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf. Oh, I saw a picture earlier that somebody had their Minion Masters Nirvir plushie. Does anyone have it yet? I haven't got mine yet, but I've seen one. I've seen a picture out and about. Right. Okay, the scores are locked in. We're just waiting for something to happen, and then we'll be on the second round. Let's hit F5 and refresh it, see if we get through there. There we go. Right, round 2. So we're going to have 5 Swiss rounds. Round 2, we're going to see Ficus against Destroy, Set against Sintera, DSOO against Dark Crow, Tailney against Renzo, Kanaru against Chief, Silco against Papu, and Electro gets a bye. So let's figure out what we're going to do for this. Let's reset our bans. Don't forget to claim the free DLC on Steam and Xbox. If you're on mobile, you can link your account to Steam and claim it that way. Right. I think we're going to go with Ficus against Destroy for our second round match. Both very experienced players. Destroy mentioning he completed his first round match on his phone. Which is pretty cool. It's not the size of the DACA, but how you use it. That's right. A lot of people will hold their DACA waiting for the be-all and end-all. And sometimes that doesn't happen. It's cycled perk. Just use it. Get onto it again. Okay. So we're going to be into our second round. Still going to be best of 3 for a good while. Reset our score. And then we'll just wait for the bans to come in. We saw both players banning Rystar earlier. Are we going to see that again? We've seen a lot of Rystar on the leaderboard, on the ladder. I played it a lot, and it's pretty tough. So, if you're not sure who Rystar is, this is Rystar. High Marshal Rystar. So he's a 10 mana Empyrean minion. He hits very hard and has a pretty savage AoE attack as well. So he hits for 200 every 3 seconds. So higher DPS than a cleaver in an AoE. So his AoE is long and, I mean, it's not particularly wide. It's thinner than it was last season, but it still makes it very difficult to deal with. He only has 600 health, which isn't the tankiest of tankies. But, of course, he has another couple of things up his sleeve. He has this Legion keyword, which adds 3 Legionnaires to your deck that will be summoned when drawn. And these Legionnaires cost 0 mana. They're one-use 0 mana Legionnaires added to your deck, and when they're drawn, they are auto-played from your tower. But not only does he give you those Legionnaires, he also buffs those Legionnaires and the next 7 others. So up to 10 Legionnaires he buffs with this Bulwark, which reduces their ranged damage taken by 50%. So if you look at them, they have a little shield, and they basically have double the effective HP against ranged targets. We're likely to see this Bulwark go down to 25% instead of 50% because it's really strong. And if you're playing a ranged deck against that, it can be really, really strong. So he's pretty powerful on his own, needs to be handled carefully, and he has this ability to buff things over a period of time, which he can be really, really strong and really difficult to deal with. I find when I deal with him okay, I just tend to find myself behind on XP. If you're patient, because a lot of the Rystar decks will run Ardent Aegis, which will heal him. So you've got to be careful, because if he's on their side of the field, you spunk all of your damage on him, and then he just heals himself. That's a huge problem. So you wait for him to come to you to deal with him, but then you lose on XP. So it's really kind of difficult and tricky to deal with. So I think that's why a lot of people will be banning him, and if he doesn't get banned, we'll probably see him played. Right, so we are awaiting the bans to come in for the next match. Ficus against Destroy. Don't forget, we have giveaway going on, so join that if you want to. Should be a reminder in the chat every now and then. Did your power tokens finish yet, Florian? No, deck lists are not posted anywhere. The VOD will go up on Twitch and on YouTube, so you can grab them from there if you want to. Right, so let's get ready for the bans. Let's see, Ficus and Destroy. I feel we're going to see either an R-Moon or an R-Moon ban in our future. See how that works out. Okay. Waiting on the bans. Please hold. Please hold. Yeah, Resonating Blast Crystal is very strong. So the way it works is the first time you use it, it does 120 damage as the spell damage and drops the crystal. And then the second time you use it, it does 120 spell damage plus drops a crystal, which matches with the existing crystal. And those two crystals each explode for 120 damage. So the first crystal, the first time you use the spell, it does 120 damage. The second time you use it, it does 360 damage. Although it might not necessarily be in one spot, but you can force it in one spot if you play it on top of the other crystal. Very strong, likely to get a nerf, but probably still be strong. Right, looks like we got some bans coming in. So, who's our player one? Ficus. Right, Ficus bans Tronvir. High Inquisitor Ardera. Herald Armoon. And Red Golem. And Destroy has banned Apep. High Inquisitor Ardera, Herald Armoon, and Rystar. So that means that one player didn't ban Rystar. Which means we might see a Rystar. Right, so those are the bans. Tronvir and Apep ban Masters. Ardera always picks up a lot of bans. Armoon as well. Okay. Oh, I said ready, but I'm not actually ready. But hopefully I can find them quickly on my friends list, because it now has a search, which is amazing. Before you just had to go through them, and it was horrific. Okay, wow, I did that quickly. Nice. Nice. So we have the friend search now, which is great. We have the new deck search, which is great as well, especially if you've got a lot of decks. Gerald Armoon. Pharmacist, the way it works today is we'll have 5 Swiss rounds, and then at the end of the Swiss rounds we'll have our top 4 probably, and then we'll go into a top 4 single elimination. Yeet, my bray Yeet, Bruce Hopman is in the chat. Reminder, season cards are banned, so current season cards, Nazara the Cold Countess and Frostfang Familiar, are banned. Not like we would have probably seen them anyway. But then last season's season cards that were banned in the last event, but not now, Rystar and the Crossbow Clubhouse are available. Right, are we going to see our first Rystar of the day? Hasn't been banned by Ficus, so Destroy could pull it out and play Rystar.
Duel.
Okay, here we go. Tronvir. Ficus banning Tronvir, playing Tronvir. Which of course is fine. Your bans are against your opponent, not for yourself. So it looks like a slithery deck from Ficus, but no Armoon, of course. Okay, Battle Shihao with the Giant Growth. Remember, he attacks faster based on minions near him. He's going to get fully shut down by Bolf. Bolf does freeze with his first attack on the target. And of course, he has true damage, so he ignores the frozen buff, really. Debuff, stroke buff, depending on which way you're looking at it.
Blue unlocked the first bird.
Right, resonating. Sorry, not resonating. Okay, shuts those down. I don't know what I was going to say. Razor Squadron, I think. I had an R on my mind somewhere. Now, with the Razor Squadron, because of the way that they will shred their tech while they're alive, sometimes you don't want to kill them immediately. If they're not getting too much value, you want them to just burn through the tech. If the opponent has other ways of using his tech, like he has an aimbot here, he wants his tech for that. The Bounty Sniper, I feel like we need an entire stream for that. Right, XP is about the same here. You can get some poison. Might see some gong action. Remember, the gong from a Kinlap will apply all poison immediately, or convert all poison into instant damage. Hey, Battle Monkey getting some good DPS out, but does go down. It's nowhere near as tanky as it used to be. God, he's not going to get too much value out there. Might see a chain here. Here we go, chain lightning. Quick chain keeps everything, or keeps something alive for Ficus on the top bridge to grab it. So we know Tronvir has a decent power spike at perk 3, where he gets the Word Stone with all of the runic inscriptions on it. And then the next ground minion gets those as well. So that's only a one-time thing at perk 3, but it can be very impactful. Remember, Tronvir's auto attack does knock back as well, which sometimes is great, sometimes completely messes you up. Alright, is that Ancestor going to win the fight at the bottom? It is going to be with a little bit of support. Right, Ficus has got a decent XP lead at the moment. Going to take a while for Destroy to kill that Akinlap at the top as well. Okay, perk 3 for Ficus. Has that Word Stone. Has the damage, the taunt, and the Ancestors as well. And one of the big powers of Tronvir is that you can put that on the opponent's side of things, which is really powerful at this time. That Frost Shield's going to lock everything down at the top. We've got Bolf at the bottom that has all the buffs on him as well. So not only is he going to put out a lot of damage here, he's going to have a huge XP lead even if he doesn't win. But it looks like Ficus is going to win at this moment. Ficus takes the first game. And there we see Tronvir in action, the newest master added to minions. Lot of people complain about him being too strong. We don't really see that reflected in the stats, though. Win rate, play rate, stuff like that. Of course, that doesn't give you the full story. Okay, Ficker's taking the first game in this best of 3. What can Destroy pull out? Okay, looks like RENZO's got a DQ victory for some reason. SILCO's got a DQ victory as well. Not sure what's going on with those matches. Maybe players just not turning up at the right time. We do have to keep this show on the road. Okay, so Ficker's taking the first game there. We got set 1-0 up against Centera. DSOO against Darkrow. No reported result yet. Oh no, looks like DSOO has reported it. Just hasn't been locked in. We got Chief against Kanaru, which is... Looks like Chief won the first game there. Remember, there should be a pinned comment at the top of the chat so you can follow along with the brackets from home. If you want to keep up to date on everything that's going on, you can see basically what I can see. So, no Rystar yet, but I feel like we must see him. If we remind ourselves of the bans for this event, not for this event, for this match. We can see that Ficus did ban Tromvir, but he played him. That's fine, as long as your opponent didn't ban it. And as mentioned multiple times, we're in the early stages, so there's no restriction on playing the same master over and over again at this point in the event. Once we get to the elimination part, we'll go to best of 5 and conquest rules, meaning that once you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. Armoon, we know Armoon's strong. Ardera, we know Ardera's strong. Red Golem, very tricky to deal with. Wait, how have I got 2 Arderas in the ban list? I've made a mistake. What did I do? One of those should be Rystar, right? Ardera. Yep. I messed it up. No, draft is only solo. By Marshall Rystar. There we go. Fixed it. It was a proposal about team draft. Could potentially come in the future. Probably not a priority at the moment. Also sounds like a complete cluster. No 1v1s today, Tipsy. But I think you knew that. Right, we're just waiting for the players to get ready for the second match. Not exactly sure what they're waiting for. Reminder to claim your free DLC on Steam and Xbox. And a reminder that you can play on your phone now. Minion Masters has gone mobile. If you've got a supported Android device, check the Play Store. And yes, you can link your Steam account to your mobile and use the same account on both, which is great. Xbox does not have that functionality yet. Okay, we are loading into game number 2 in this best of 3. Ficus taking the first game, 1-0, leading here against Destroy. Playing Tromvir, but as mentioned, he has no restrictions at the moment on playing Tromvir again. Looks like he's going to play the same deck. Rystar! Right, Destroy's playing Rystar. Let's see how that works out for him. The first Rystar of the day. Let's see what value he can get from Rystar. Let's see how Ficus can deal with it. Ficus has some decent melee units, though. Rystar's very strong against ranged decks with that bulwark that he gives to the Centurions. Be really powerful. Probably going to play the Rystar. No, not yet. Goes to the bridge. Yeah, I feel like he just has to commit with this Rystar. Can't wait for too long. Right, Rystar's down. On the field, not dead. Now remember, he's going to get some free Legionnaires. You'll see them spawn from the tower when he gets them. They're added to his deck. 3 of them from Rystar himself. No support with Rystar at the moment, though. That's a lot of damage coming out. Oh, why is he not using his Wind Rune there? Okay, there it is. Okay, Rystar getting locked down by the Snake Druid as well. That's pretty feels bad. That Wind Rune really good at clearing the big chunk there. But remember, the Wind Rune, he's only going to get that once every 3 cycles. See the little shield icons around the Valorian Master on the right? That's how many Centurion buffs are remaining from Rystar. Right, you can see Destroy's next card is going to be a free Centurion. So when he plays his next card, that will automatically play at his tower. It's about to happen. Right. It's going to happen. Watch the tower. Watch. There it is. Ladies Chain Lightning. Auto-spawned a few of them, I think. They're added randomly to your deck, so they can all clump up together. They can be spread out. Just random things. But the Snake Druid's a real strong shutdown for Rystar. But remember, Destroy as Valorian will have that Searing Light perk removal ability, which he really needs to save for that, I think. So XP about level. Destroy has taken a lot of face damage, though. Okay. There's the big freeze. Doesn't want Rystar to take too much damage here. Oh, that's a big Chain Lightning. And again, the Rystar getting shut down. Musketeer's going to trade really well against him as well. Remember, the Musketeer has that riposte against melee damage. You can see him there trading really well. XP still very close. And we see these Centurions spawning. These could be some of these free Centurions. Well, free, kind of part of the Rystar package. Okay, so that Brother of Light at the top is from the new and approved or changed Raging Reinforcement spell. Which gives you the Brother, 2 Warriors, or 6 Spear Throwers. Okay. Not a great chain there. Shouldn't have started it on the tower. You want it to go across the tower, one side to the other, to hit as many things as possible. Okay, XP still close. Destroy 666 has 666 HP. But here we see the perk 3 power spike from Tronvir. The Wordstone at the bottom. We've got the bigly buffed Bolt at the top. It's kind of weird how the freeze also freezes the unit it's on, which is kind of different to what you would kind of expect, the way Minions works. I don't think Destroy can hold on here. Okay, Ficus takes it against Destroy. 2-0. We did see the first Rystar, but as mentioned, one of the powers of Rystar is the buff that he gives to the Centurions, the Bulwark, which reduces their incoming damage from ranged. So, as you can see, in that situation, there were not too many ranged minions that Vickers had, so the buff to the Centurions didn't really do anything. If you're playing a deck that's full of ranged minions, it can be a completely different story, and it's really quite polarizing, the Bulwark ability, where it does a lot or nothing. And as Deadshot says in the chat, poison's not range damage, so it doesn't, the Bulwark doesn't affect that, so the poison just shreds like it normally would. So Rystar is strong, but the Rystar decks definitely have weaknesses. You can see the Rystar himself didn't do too much in that situation. Often got just shut down by a Musketeer with some support, or the Snake Druid, for example. And as said, the trickle of the Centurions coming out were just regular Legionnaires, and as such didn't get all the value. Okay, so Vickers takes that by 2-0, and we shall go back to see what we're doing. Right, so Set has beaten Centera by 2-0. DSOO has beaten Dark Crow by 2-0. DSOO has got to be the overwhelming favourite for this event and has started off strongly, top of the leaderboard at the moment as well. RENZO gets a DQ win. Chief against Kanaru, that game hasn't finished yet. SILCO gets a DQ win for some reason. The freeze... Okay, there's a couple of things about the freeze from Tronvir's Frost Shield that confuse me a little bit. Firstly, why do they freeze air units? And the reason we say that is because no other freeze in the game affects air units. So it's strange that that doesn't. I think that's going to be changed in the next patch. And as mentioned during that game, it's kind of weird how the Frost Shield on a unit, when the Frost Shield triggers, it freezes that unit it's on. Which, you know, it could be a good thing, could be a bad thing, depending on the situation. But it just seems weird because, again, freeze mechanics don't normally affect the team giving the freeze. And one thing that I'm really quite keen and passionate about is things just making sense, things being understandable. There's a lot of things to learn in Minion Masters. If you can learn a rule that applies to everything, that makes it a lot easier. If there's a rule where some things apply, some things don't, there's no consistency, that kind of makes it tricky. And we see that with things with like spells and whether they can target invisible units or not. Some can, some can't. Why? Who knows? But that's... You can't just learn spells either attack or ignore invisible units because there's not that blanket statement that you can make. Which makes it difficult for newer players because they have to learn those things. And it's going to be frustrating as well. So... You could argue that using their ability, whether they can hit invisible things or not, could be part of their balance. But I think the negative of just the confusion far outweighs that extra balance in tool. There have been some DQs. Sometimes what happens in these events is people make the assumption that if they lose in the first round, they are out. But that is not the case because this is a Swiss event to start with. Everybody gets to play 5 games, but newer players play a game, lose, and then they go and touch grass or something. So that's just an unfortunate thing where people don't really read the rules and know what's going on. So if you are in the event, stay in the event. Right. Round 3. We've got Set against DSOO, Silco against Vickers, Chief against Electro, Destroy against Dark Crow, Centera against RENZO, Canola. I don't know why Canola. RENZO. And Kanaru gets a bye. We're going to watch Set against DSOO. Set, a previous champion. DSOO, the reigning champion. These met in the grand final of the last event. DSOO coming out on top. So this is going to be a good one. DSOO has got to be the favourite. And having spoken to DSOO a little bit earlier, he felt that Dark Crow was, for him, a scarier opponent based on the fact that Dark Crow's not so predictable. We know the kind of decks that Set likes to play, the kind of strats he likes to play, and that makes it easier when it comes to expecting, planning. Glensbrew can freeze air. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. But it's also targeted. I don't know. To me, it just feels weird freezing the air units. Maybe others don't agree, and that's fine. Right, Set against DSOO. Best of 3, round 3. There's 2 cards that have Bulwark. Firstly, there's High Marshal Rystar, and secondly, there's Feng. Where he gets that buff. But we can show you it quickly here. That's no problem. We have that technology. Let's see what Bulwark brings up with the search. Nothing. Okay, so if we look at Rystar. Okay, it's probably because it's not on them. So Bulwark, reduce damage taken by ranged attacks by 50%. Air units freeze with Rimagal? With Rimagal's Breath? I think Rimagal's Breath's getting changed as well. But yeah, damage reduced from ranged attacks only. So that's ranged attacks. That's not melee attacks, not spell attacks, not ability attacks, not master attacks, not poison, just ranged attacks. Hopefully that makes sense. Entley, what's up? Doing well, good to see you. Right, so let's get set up here for the spectate. Oh, the friend search is so fucking good. I can't tell you how good it is. I can, because I just told you. Banola. Shut up. Right, let's see what the bands come in here. Deadshot's been crushing with a King Puff, a Crystal Elf kind of deck. Not fully Crystal Elf, but a Crystal Elf flavor for sure. See if that gets banned out. Yeah, a couple of people left. They kind of disappeared, so make less buys and more actual matches. They just get yeeted. Good stuff, Carlazor. I did read it. I did see it. Good stuff. Sharing your thoughts. Bruce, you only get bots in your game if you're bad. Get better, dude. I haven't seen a bot all season. Right, we're waiting the bans coming in. Okay, hot off the press. We have the bans. Right, who's player 1? Set. Set bans King Puff. Called it. Right, he's also banned Sapphire Pebble. Brothers of the Void. So Brothers of the Void is the card that gives you an assassin or a flame imp raged, and it alternates each time. And also the ATG drone. So those are definitely cards we've seen DSOO play a lot. And he, Deadshot, has banned APEP, Bounce Reflingers. So Bounce Reflingers come with the Growth Burst Shroom, so that removes, or at least makes less efficient, the Shroom strat. He's also banned Herald, Armoon, and High Inquisitor Ardera. Oh, you mean they freeze? Okay. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Okay, yeah. You're right. You made me look stupid. Thanks. Your work here is done. Okay, so set banning King Puff, Brothers of the Void, ATG Drone and Sathel Pebble, and DSOO banning APEP, Bounce Reflingers, Herald Armoon, and High Inquisitor Ardera. So, that's what they can't play. The question is, what will they play? DSOO's played a lot on the ladder. Set doesn't ladder that much. He plays a lot of solo games, but he doesn't ladder so much, which, I don't know, I feel like that hurts him, because on ladder you get to see all sorts of nonsense, and I think that helps you just kind of learn how to deal with anything with your decks. As mentioned, DSOO is number 1 on the leaderboard, or at least was the last time I checked. So he's been crushing it out there. He's not! Whilst he's in the tournament, JF in Abyssia has gone to the top of the leaderboard with his future present deck, taking advantage of DSOO not currently laddering. Nice. Don't forget to follow my YouTube. We'll have our season's meta review coming somewhat soon once we've got all the data for that. Right. Oh yeah, I forgot to say I was ready. Okay, ready. Thanks for the reminder, Sinobii. Okay, we're ready for this round 3 game. Best of 3 set. Previous champion, reigning runner-up against DSOO, reigning champion. This should be a good one. Okay, here we go, the first of this best of 3.
Showtime!
Why does Set... I need to yell at Set for this damn arena. Always using this snow arena, which I hate looking at. It's not as bad as it used to be. It's definitely not my favourite. Right, Set looks like he might be playing the same deck as Vicus. These guys probably practice against each other a lot. DSOO playing a Milloween deck. With Ravenous Swarmers. And if you remember, last tournament we saw, I think it might have even been in the grand final, DSOO using the Ravenous Swarmers on a Nirvir. Absolutely destroyed it. Okay, decent Shock Rock. Helps hold that bottom bridge. Did I say Brother of this? It's Brother of Void. Brothers of... Did I put it on the screen wrong? Oh yeah, I did. Sorry. Wrong brother. Brothers of the Void. Okay. I fixed it. Don't worry. Oh, I fixed it and then I hit the clear button. Okay, we'll do that properly afterwards. Okay, Musketeer's going to trade pretty well at the bottom here against these melee units. Cleaver's going to have a bad time. What is that Musketeer doing? Was it attacking, but its animation was broken? Freeze does tend to break animations. Little bit of an XP lead here for DSOO. Both players doing a little bit of face damage as well, but not too much. Goodness me, that golem at the bottom getting confused, doesn't know what to attack. We've got two taunting things there. One was closer, then one got knocked back. It wasn't closer anymore. Spinning round. Frost Shield's still there. Okay, wanted to kill the heal puff. Triggers the Frost Shield as well, so that was a nice shock rock. Oh, that monkey doesn't quite heal, and that's a full HP Akinlep. It's going to take a while to die. And here you can see Deadshot trading some face damage for putting pressure on bridges. As we always say, health is a resource, just don't run out of it. So Set's playing Taluk, that little guy there just dying to the cleaver. If his target is poisoned, he doesn't poison himself, but if something else poisons it, he does double damage to it. Also if it's stunned. Again. Oh, I think there was a missed shock rock there from Deadshot. We know Tronvir is going to be strong at perk 3. Let's see how that power spike turns out. Deadshot again is going to tank some face damage here. See, there you see the frozen on the unit itself. Not hugely valuable. That cost him a lot of face damage that he could have done Set there with the freeze. So I'm not sure if that's working as you would expect.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
Okay, Set has an XP lead here. Trying to keep that Musketeer with the shield, the Frost Shield away. Doesn't really want to have to deal with that too much. Does his monkey survive? His monkey does survive. It heals. It gets pushed forward with the Impetus Blast. And a nice shock rock does the... Oh, he doesn't quite kill it at the bottom, but he will take the bridge with the Lone Scout. And here we see... That's the perk 3 Wordstone, plus the perk 3 Runic Empowerment at the top. Deadshot needs to try to hold on against this. It's looking a little bit scary at the moment. Musketeer does do decent damage. Deadshot's low HP. And quite a way behind on XP. But he has survived the perk 3 Tronvir Onslaught. So can he bring this back? Wolf's dying pretty quickly in there. Deadshot doing a great job. There you see Taluk doing double damage because of the poison. Oof, nice use of the Wind Rune. He was ready for those swarmers. This is going to be tough for Deadshot to catch up, I think. 20 XP away is Set. Deadshot low HP, but that's not the problem at the moment. XP is the problem for him. There's the Inlet's Gong. That Frost Shield's going to be annoying because it's just going to freeze everything there. Deadshot needs to get in the bridges, but he just can't because of that Frost Shield at the moment. Very nice shock rock. Oh, the cleaver gets a good hit on both there. That was good. Looked like he was going to waste his hit on an almost dead Akinlep, but he hit the both. Set almost at Mana Frenzy. What can Deadshot do to prevent this? It's going to be real tough to deal with it. Right, Mana Frenzy now for Set. Some of the sound notifications are a bit bugged at the moment. We didn't hear Mana Frenzy there. They will be fixed at some point though, don't worry. What the hell, Flo? And Deadshot, hold on. He's got a big Akinlap on his face, doing those powerful headbutts. He can't shut this down. Set's going to take the first game. Set takes the first game against the reigning champion. DSOO's going to have to react. Hey. We may well see, and we've seen it a lot, we may well see Set play that deck to death over and over again. So we'll see what Deadshot tries to pull out to deal with that. Okay, I tried to fix the bans because, as you kindly mentioned, I did make a mistake, and I fixed the bans, and then I hit the clear button, which did exactly what you expect it to do. Okay, Set banning King Puff, Sapphire Pebble, Brothers of the Void, that was the mistake we made, and ATG Drone, and DSOO banning APEP, and Bounce Breeze Flingers, and Herald Our Moon, I think Ardera costs less, Herald Our Moon, okay, there we go, sorry for the confusion. Hey, DSOO, the reigning champion, a game down to the previous champion, reigning runner-up Set. Remember, we're only in the early stages of the tournament, so losing here does not necessarily mean you're out, but it does reduce your chances of getting through to the top 4 at the end of the event. We'll have a look at the standings, and of course, try to figure out the tiebreakers, which is always a fun time. Excuse me. There's another one coming, I think. No, it might have gone. No, Florian, you can set your account so you don't get DMs from people that aren't your friends. You're having trouble with that. Okay, so I would expect Set to play something similar. DSOO, we're likely to see something different. Let's see how it works. Reminder that Minions is available on Android now. You can link your Steam to it. We've already had one match today that both players used their phone. One by choice, one by necessity. So that's really cool. These events are now fully cross-platform events. PC, Xbox, Android, mobile can all play together. Right. We lost the music, which probably means something is happening. Okay, we got the brand new arena available in the Battle Pass this season. Looks awesome. Right, as expected, same deck for Set. DSOO, Diona. Looks like he may be playing, let's see, could be his KP deck just with Diona instead. And it's looking like that. Kind of. Not the same. The Lone Wolf I don't think is in the KP deck. Unfortunate not just to kill that little guy at the bottom there. Bolf is a card we're seeing a lot more play of. Right. Shielded. Border Patrol. Bolf going through the shield, of course, because he has true damage. Bolf, another example of a card that probably shouldn't have true damage, but should just ignore shield, I think. Not shield, frost. That'll be a nerf to him, of course. Same with Nazara. Set getting a decent XP lead, and it's going to be a while before this guy dies at the bottom. So I think Deadshot's deck's got the Lone Wolf in there instead of the Brothers of the Void, which was banned. Hey, Happy, good to see you. So again here, Deadshot choosing to tank face damage, exchange it for XP. New players, one of the things new players do is they're terrified of taking damage on their face. Health is a resource. Use it appropriately. Deadshot's almost half, like more than half dead here, but he's not going to be freaking out. It's just part of the plan. Musketeer not going to trade well against those ranged minions. The shield, really important there. And then the Border Patrol will get a shield when spawned if there's only other Crystal Elf units out. But this is looking good for Set at the moment. Pretty sure my lungs are okay. Always been a loud sneezer. Is it a sneeze or a yell? Yes. Okay. The frost is on the bridge. But you can't take a bridge with the rune. The ancestors can, of course, though. Okay, Deadshot using his HP a lot. Needs to be careful not to overuse it. Is the music a little bit loud? Maybe. Right, Deadshot putting some pressure on here, trying to get... I think Ruffles picked up the vial there. That's going to be helpful. That was a yellow vial, so that's XP. There's the ancestors grabbing the bottom bridge. I mean, Deadshot's not too far away, and he's doing a lot of face damage here. Deadshot turning this around. Looked in trouble, but he did a lot of face damage, and he's starting to come back on XP as well. Ruffles nearly getting a sneaky bridge grab at the bottom there. Would have been nice if he could do it. Wasn't able to, though. But Set's likely to get a good amount of XP from his perk 3 all over the bridges kind of thing. So, he has healed as well from his heal puff, so I feel like Deadshot's not in a great spot here. I don't think I'm ill, it's just a sneeze. I think the Brother of the Void ban really hurts DSOO, because that removes a lot of his DPS, especially with that raged assassin. And he really needs that to just shred through. Oof, okay. Black hole, that's a good black hole, because there was an impetus blast that he dodged. Could get some good value here. Remember, Tromvir is terrible against swarms on face. And is Deadshot going to do this? He needs to be careful, because Bolf's on his own face. This is a huge amount of damage. Deadshot, is he bringing this? Deadshot's going to bring this for all the poison. There's 2 of them left on face. This is so close. Holy mackerel. Bit of face damage from Bevalanche, but that's minimal. Does he have any other face damage options? I don't think so. He's behind on XP, so I feel like Deadshot has to win with the face damage. He does have the traps. 2 traps on face. Deadshot's pulled this from nowhere. Black hole to defend that trap. Wow. The play that won the game was the black hole on his own units that dodged their removal of the impetus blast. which meant there was just no defense for them. Tronvir attacks hard but slow, so he's terrible against it, and that was incredible from Deadshot. For that whole game, he looked like he was struggling, but he could see the option there. He could see that the prop scrats, if he could keep them alive, could do insane damage. And they did. His black hole dodged the impetus blast. Can you react in time to dodge the impetus blast, or did he just kind of get lucky? Did he just... Like, sometimes you put the units down, you wait a little bit just to, like, tease your opponent into spelling them, and then you black hole it and hope you dodged it. Some spells you can dodge, especially if you look at the Master Tower. When there is a spell cast, there is a little Master Tower animation, unless it's the Resonating Blast Crystal, which I think is missing that for some reason. If you watch the tower, that's a tell for the spell coming, and that triggers your reaction. Resonating Blast Crystal's fast. Sorry, the Impetus Blast is fast, so I don't know if he was able to react to that or not. But that won him the game 100%. He was so far behind. He did some decent face damage, but XP was a huge problem for him. But you can just see how just a singular awesome play changes the match entirely. Black Hole is a strong card. 3 mana, you can get a lot of value out of it if you play it properly. And it's not just about avoiding spells. There's so many other things you can do with it, and a good player will have a black hole in their deck and use it appropriately. A bad player will often have... not a bad player, but a worse player will often have a black hole in their deck, Zeus, and never use it. Even though there's just a million opportunities. And one thing with the black hole is you want to be able to react quickly to things. So you kind of play in a way, and you'll see this with experienced players compared to newer players, is the experienced players will not rush their mana. They will keep their mana available so they can react to things, and that's crucial with the black hole. There's no point having a black hole if you don't have the mana available to use it. And of course, if you're playing the black hole, you're going to be paying attention to what counters your opponent has, and using it to your best advantage. Okay. A super close game, but an incredible black hole play. If you're playing with a black hole, you have to play a lot more. You have to pay a lot more attention to the game, because you're needing to react. And the thing with the black hole is you need to react fast. Sometimes you've got a plan, you know what you want to react to, you're waiting for it. Other times, situations happen, you've just got to go. And that looked like Deadshot was in huge trouble for that game, but he had a plan, and we saw the weakness of Tronvir against Horde, and as Happy Feet says, I think, yes, I agree, he must have predicted it. I don't think you can react quickly enough to that. So, very well done. Right, 1-1, game 3. The decider between these two players.
Let's go.
Right, Set playing the same deck. DSOO looks like he's gone back to his original deck. Which didn't work out too well for him against this. But let's see if he can do anything different. I think it's the same deck. It looks very similar. So you can see he's keeping these archers in Mana Surge. 6+ mana. Archers get that. It's not full haste, but it is increased attack speed. Kinlap is definitely annoying for him to deal with. Big HP. But those Ravenous Swarmers, activated by a spell, they do have Rage and Haste. So those things, excuse my French, will fuck. We saw him destroy a dragon last event. And here, they got a lot of value. Super weak, of course, but if they're unanswered, they will chew through just about anything. Not a fan of that Chain Lightning. That's a misplay from Set. Didn't jump far enough. Didn't look like a great Chain Lightning anyway. Okay, let's see if DSOO can capitalize on this mistake. Not sure what that... Seems a very strange pincer. Right, both on face. Needs to be dealt with. This time the Swarmer's unactivated, so their DPS is far weaker than it was before. Deadshot ahead on XP this time.
Blues obtained perk number 2.
Makes one of us, Mortis. Okay, this is going to be some decent face damage. Remember, the Musketeer will not riposte if he is stunned. This is going far better for Deadshot this time. Both players taking a lot of face damage, but way more for Set. XP lead for DSOO at the moment. Hey, Nina, what's going on? Nice. Pincer on the both. Watch the Ravenous Swarmers go. The Chain Lightning, it's going to be late. That's the second bad Chain Lightning. It's just not fast enough. Might as well have not done it. That's 2 bad Chain Lightnings for Set, and that's probably going to cost him. Deadshot's still ahead on XP. And Set doesn't have the luxury of taking much damage on his face anymore, since he's very low HP. Does have a heal puff, of course, but will he be able to get value out of that? Kinlap just alive. Needs to be finished off there. Avalanche does clear everything as well. So far, so good for DSOO. But as we saw in the last game, things can change in an instant. Right, here we go again. Ravenous Swarmers. This time he does have the rune to clear it. But the pincer is really nice. Did he have the pincer before? I'm not sure. That pincer's doing a great job keeping both off of him and off of the bridge. But Deadshot's at perk 3 now, so his golems are bigger. Double the size. Set looked like he was burning some mana there. Heal Puff getting a couple of ticks, but nothing really too much. Here come the Ravenous Swarmers. They are frozen. I feel like, was that a bit of a mistake from Deadshot there, getting them frozen? They're going to die pretty quickly. Again, was that another chain that didn't really do too much? Deadshot's got a strong XP lead. He's going to win on Mana Frenzy. If he doesn't take too much damage here, needs to be careful. Okay, Deadshot playing with fire a little bit there. Just so close. He's got to be careful, because remember, Chain Lightning is available. Goes for face. He's okay. Deadshot's probably going to lose now. Oh, he lost this.
We have a winner.
And I think Set's going to count himself a little bit lucky there, because we saw a couple of really bad Chain Lightnings. But Deadshot, did he take more damage on face earlier in the game than he needed to? Okay, so Set's beating the reigning champion and puts him in the driver's seat for the race to the top 4. That's a bit of a surprise result. And Deadshot did win, of course, that second game in exquisite fashion, but it took an incredible play like that to actually take a game off a set. And as we've seen before, Set has played that deck a lot. So going forward, we might see him play that over and over again, which might make him easy to counter. Right, I'll be right back. BRBBB. Dab Nation. Okay, so we're just waiting for the website to update, and then we'll be on the 4th round of matches, which looks like we are. Okay, Set against Ficus, SILCO against Chief, DSOO against Destroy, Centera against Kanuru, RENZO Canola gets a victory against no one, and Electro against Dark Crow. Yep, both definitely annoying to deal with in that deck. A Kinlap, I think, is kind of the most annoying, since he can hit air, it's AoE, it's very tanky. So remember, after the 5 rounds, we'll have our top 4. But we're not there yet. So I think we're going to see SILCO against Chief. I don't think we've seen either of these players yet. We get them on the board, see what they're up to. We have a look at the standings. We've got SILCO, who has won 2 games and lost 1. Chief, the same. Makes sense. Don't read too much into the standings until it's all completed, but it gives us an easy way to check their records. Right, so get set up for this. Reset our score. This is the 4th round of 5, and then the elimination will begin. There should be a link at the top of the chat so you can follow along from home or wherever you are. Remember, Minions is mobile now. Check it out on your Android device. And you can link your Steam account to it. We've already had a match today where both players were using their phone. How cool is that? We've had... I don't think we have any Xbox players today, correct me if I'm wrong, but we definitely have PC players, mobile players, and I think a Steam Deck player as well. Steam Deck with a controller, that's basically an Xbox, right? You're probably going to hate me for saying that, but from like an input point of view, it's basically the same. We have people using hands, people using thumbs. And God knows what else. Sometimes it's just best not to ask. Right. Remember, these tournaments are open to people of any ability. Whether you're brand new, very experienced, somewhere in the middle, you can get in, you can have some fun, you can be part of the event and the community, and definitely a lot to be learned from playing against some of these great players. So both of these players, as I mentioned, have lost a match so far, which likely means whoever loses this is probably out. I don't want to say definitely, because who knows, but probably. It's unlikely to get to the top 4 with 2 losses. So a lot is on the line for both of these players here. SILCO plays some very different things, which is also always interesting to see. But the first thing we need is the bans from them. As always, the bans per player. You can ban 1 master and 3 cards. That prevents your opponent from playing those. And your opponent has those ban powers back at you. They are done in private generally, so no one gets the benefit of going after whoever goes first. Nina, relax in the chat. Holy cow. Stream seems fine to me. Thanks for the reminder, Nerzel. Minion Masters is available on the Play Store on your compatible Android device. Go get it now. Sorry for being excited. God, such haters in the chat. Health is a resource. The game runs really well on my phone. My phone's a few years old, Galaxy S21, but it runs super nice. From what I can see, mobile is frame rate locked to 30 FPS. I didn't notice it. I would like to see them unlock that for more powerful devices, though. Seems unnecessary, but from a stability point of view, I guess it kind of makes sense. Of course, also you've got the additional battery consideration when it's on mobile, but why not allow the player to make that decision instead of the developer? Okay, we got the bans coming in. Right, who's player 1? SILCO is player 1. SILCO bans Apep, Groggy Woodsman, Spell Dancer, and High Inquisitor Ardera. Pretty good bans. Groggy Woodsman because it's an easy Stout Heart trigger for the Rage. Spell Dancer because she's just really strong right now. Remember, if you spawn her when you've got 6+ mana, she does 5, count them, 5 Arcane Sparks to do 50 damage each. So it's basically a 250 damage removal spell in some situations. And Ardera is just Ardera. And Chief has banned Tronvir. We're seeing a lot of Tronvir today. Bounceberry Flingers. High Martial Rystar. And Korgoth. Tyrant of the Gorak. Right, there we go. Those are the bans. Nothing particularly unexpected there. So, no Rystar ban by SILCO. So that means that Chief can play Rystar should he wishes to. Done it again. I've given them the go-ahead when I'm not ready. Oh. Am I not friends with SILCO? What is SILCO's in-game tag? Oh! Okay. Stupid question. Stupid question. Okay. Forget it. Moving on. If you know, you know. Why, Happy Feet? Thanks for being here. Okay. Chief, that's locked in. Silco's locked in. Oh, God. Oh, Silco. Here we go. Remember, the loser of this is likely out because they have both lost a game. So that's likely to be problematic for them, as this will be their second loss. Right, Silco on the left playing Valorian, and Chief on the right playing Milloween. Hey Stafili, great to see you, it's been a while. Okay, so those are the Raged Warriors. Don't confuse them with the Zealots. They are from the new and improved or changed Raging Reinforcement spell. Okay, he's trying to win one of these lanes. Doesn't, unfortunately. Shield Guard with the charge, just murking everything. It's always frustrating in that situation there where you've got the arcane ring on something, but the enemy gets within it. I feel like if they wanted to buff it, they could just make them, like, if you're inside it, they just hit you. Like, they just... some kind of magnetism. Right, let's have a look what we got here. Dragon's Nest. Going to spit out those whelps depending on what spells used. 5+ spells, mana spells give you a flying. No, do they give flying whelps or they're raged or something? I don't know. I don't know how this game works. Why is everyone talking about Gothic? What did I miss? Oof. Okay, there is a rage whelp, so I think I was right. Okay, this is going to be problematic though. It's going to be a lot of damage. Raged Shield Guard of Light. He's going to get stunned here. Here comes the chain, though, which murders everything. Resets the aggro. It's still alive. Chief is holding on here, but that's going to be shut down with the pincer. And I think this might be too much. He might just survive with a slither of HP. Shut up, RENZO. Okay, SILCO in a strong spot here. Done a lot of face damage. Remember, he does have a chain lightning in there, so that's 100 face damage. If Chief gets touched, it's over. There we go. It's going to be over now. These guys might kill it. Chain lightning coming in. Not necessary. Okay, SILCO takes the first game pretty comfortably there. The shield guard did get a little nerf recently, but you can see there, especially when he's raged, he's a big mother effer. Okay, game one goes to SILCO. We did have a rough start for Minion Masters 2.0, but the Steam reviews are now up to 71% positive in the last 30 days, which is great news. Every patch fixes a lot of stuff, brings new content, and adds new quality of life things. Not necessarily new features, but more quality of life things. I'm great, Stafili. Thanks for asking. Right, I was just checking if we had anything important going on that I was missing. As always, no. Be sure to join the Minion Masters Discord. It's been really busy recently. Lots of good chats in there. Lots of new players coming in looking for help. Lots of experienced players helping them out. Always a great chat. There's also discussion going on in the PTR channel at the moment regarding proposed balance changes that are upcoming. So if you want to have your say, let the devs know what do you think is weak, what do you think is too strong. This is your chance to have your say. Lots of people will complain about balance, but only a very small number of people will actually go ahead and have a proper discussion about the balance, try the change out on the PTR, etc. Be one of the good guys. Yes, we do have a delay. Thanks for that, Sinobii. Okay, just waiting for the players to get ready for game 2. I am on my own today, but not really, because behind me, somewhere is Sinobii. And he is holding everything together as always, so big shout out to him. Without him, these events would not be possible. Yeah! Let's have a round of applause for Sinobii. When's the next Sinobii stream? Hey! Right, we are just having a little bit of downtime waiting for these players to ready up. Has anyone's chat been working recently? I feel like my chat hasn't worked for a few days. Which is a blessing and a curse. Right, here we go. Loading into game 2. Can That ain't it, Chief. Start the fight back against SILCO. Or can SILCO condemn him to his second defeat of the day and probably exclude him from moving on any further?
Welcome to Minion Masters.
Right, we've got our dual deck technology as always, so you can see both players' hands at the same time. Hatchy, what's going on? Right, Stormbringer, Urclaw. Somebody in the Minion Masters Discord, a newer player, just asked, how do you deal with Urclaw? Well, maybe watch this, see how we do. You might learn how to deal with Urclaw, you might learn how not to deal with Urclaw. Urclaw, of course, the big roaring bear. Right, Cowardly Imps, ranged minions. When a friendly minion near them dies, they will fear away, though. Which can be good, can also be bad. Right, here's Urclaw. The circles around Urclaw mean he's taunting, forcing enemies to attack him. He does have the gnats on him. Right, Chief is going to play Rystar. Remember, Urclaw will roar when he gets down. He does get Berserker Rage, but he doesn't tend to get too much done because he roars and then kind of dies. I feel like the trigger needs to be sooner. You've got... He doesn't trigger until 50% HP, and then he does his roar, and like after that animation's done, he's kind of dead. But, let's see. Rystar. How does he deal with this? He does have this Razor Squadron, but Chief does have... Oh, I feel like Chief's going to regret using his removal there, because the Razor Squadron's going to shred all this, and Chief doesn't have the removal. He does have XP, though, but let's see. I feel like going forward, Chief's got to pay attention. He's got to see that Razor Squadron is going to get huge uncontested value unless he can shut it down. Needs to save his perk 1 for that, for sure. This is just one of the things you need to do when you're playing minions. You've got to pay attention to what you and your opponent are playing and try to get the counters as necessary. Right, so again, here comes Urclaw. Urclaw does have the thick hide. That's the shield icon you can see popping off. So he does reduce incoming damage, just like a regular Wild Stonebjorn. Right, ATG drone's going to be really problematic here, I think. Oh, he's not... Oh, the heal doesn't get off on Rystar. This is going to be problematic, I think. The Nats are going to take some of these hits. The air units are so powerful against this Rystar setup. Small... I mean, reasonable XP lead here for SILCO. Ugh! I feel like Chief needs to hold on to his removal spell to better deal with things like the ATG drone and the Razor Squadron. They're going to cause him so much problems. Oh, here comes the impetus, probably. Yeah, there we go. Right, Rystar's on face. Going to do quite a lot of damage here. Now, he used his... Okay, he used his Searing Light there, but he was lazy with the way he targeted it. I feel like the scraps were already there, so a lot of the hits were just wasted on the scrap. I don't think he played that correctly. Right, here comes Urclaw again. See, I don't like the positioning of this Rystar. Why not defend deeper so that your master can help you defend? You either want to take a fight on a bridge or near your master. Generally, anywhere between that is wrong. You either fight on the bridge for XP or you fight deep to get your master support. Doing neither of those is likely a misplay. Okay, see, this is what he wants to use it for. Kill kills both of the Marines as well. Nice. But he's a long way down on XP. Both players are taking a lot of face damage as well. But it's just these air units that are so troublesome. Again, defending, like, he could have had his master attacking this the whole time. I feel like I just don't like that positioning. There's just no need for it. Rystar had a... He didn't die well. Let's just say that. Okay. Searing Light's double powered now at perk 3 for Chief, so he will shred through the ATG drone, for example. But XP is almost bringing SILCO to Mana Frenzy, and that's where he's going to be able to close out this game and this match. Okay, Mana Frenzy ticking over there for SILCO. Remember, at Mana Frenzy, all your XP from bridges or wherever is converted into mana, so you end up with a lot of mana, especially if you have both bridges compared to your opponent. And then you can just close a game out quite easily in a lot of occasions. Not always, but generally. Okay, SILCO quite dominant in this. Rystar, we've seen Rystar dominate on the leaderboard, but so far today, not in the tournament. GG to SILCO. Okay, SILCO takes that 2-0. He continues. So he has a 3-1 record, I think, at the moment. So still needs to win his final game. Wait, what are we doing? Okay, let's leave that like that. Right. So, let's see what's going on in the other matches. Set has beaten Ficus. Where is our screen? Let's do this. Right, Set has beaten Ficus. No, wait. I'm sure that said Set had beaten Ficus, but it's switched when I... Something weird happened there. Okay, Ficus has beaten Set. And maybe I misread that. I don't know. SILCO against Chief, we saw that. DSOO against Destroy. Okay, DSOO's taking that 2-0, just waiting for that to lock in. Centera has lost to Kanaru, 2-0. Renzo gets a bye, and Dark Crow beating Electro, 2-0. Right. Let's wait for those scores to lock in, and then we'll have our final round in the Swiss part of this event, as we're working towards getting our top 4. And then we'll have a look at our standings to see who's through, who isn't, and who might be. Just need this match to confirm. I think one player has to report it, the other player has to confirm it. And then we should be good. I want to look at the standings before this is locked in, because then it's probably going to be confusing. If someone has a bye, that will also mess up the standings as well, because their result will immediately give them points. But we'll try to unpack it for you. Right, round 5. SILCO Set, Ficus DSOO, Dark Crow Chief, Destroy Renzo, Centera gets a bye, Electro against Kanaru. Now, look at the standings. So, Ficus, unbeaten so far. DSOO, Set, SILCO, Renzo, all on 3 wins and 1 loss. But there's only 4, and that's 5. So it feels like it's those guys fighting it out. Dark Crow down there with 2-2. He could finish 3-2, but it's going to be tough for him. So it looks like Renzo's on the cusp. Renzo, Silco, Set, and DSOO. Renzo, Silco, Set, and DSOO. So we just saw Silco. Silco against Set. Winner probably goes out. Renzo against Destroy. Destroy is 2-2. So he could be 3-2. Could be Renzo could be 3-2. Okay. But it doesn't look... I don't think there's a game where either player can go through or out. But maybe there is. Maybe Set against Silco's that game. Because the winner will be on 4-1 and go through. The loser will be on 3-2. And quite possibly go out. Okay, so let's see Set against Silco. To see who goes through. So let's get set up here. Double check who is first in the rounds. Silco's first here. So we just saw Silco beat Chief. Now he's going to have to try to beat Set. So this is round 5. Still best of 3. Won't go to best of 5 until the next round. Okay. Then let's look for Set. Nice. Search is good. And fast. Oh. Right, so the next thing we need is the bans from the players. We shall await that. So we saw Set earlier beating DSOO. He was playing the Kinlap deck that we saw multiple times, so probably going to see that again. Silco, as we saw, just beating Chief with a couple of different decks. Let's see what he decides to pull out this time. But before they decide what they're going to play, both players need to decide what they're going to ban. And of course, that's going to inform what's going on. We'll just wait for those bans to come in, and then we are one step closer to what is likely to be a decider for these players. Whoever loses is most likely eliminated, and whoever wins is, I'm pretty sure, going to go through. Try not to spam the chat too much, please, Nina. I mentioned earlier Darkrai hasn't played too much this season. That could be counting against him. The Ficus has really been dominant so far. Ficus against DSOO. I mean, he could ultimately kick DSOO out, right? If DSOO loses this, he's going to be 3-2. There could definitely be 4 people with a better record than him, so a lot to play for. So I would say the only person that's safe is Ficus. And that's what you get from winning all of your games so far. Okay, bans came in. Bans are in! Right, let's have a little look. So, bans. Who's player 1? SILCO. SILCO bans Tronvir. Shen. That feels like a targeted set ban. A Kinlep. He may have seen that previous game. And High Marshal Rystar. Set bans. Valorian. Mana Puff Madness. Just says Madness. I assume that's Mana Puff Madness. Kalef. Dawnhammer. There's Dawnhammer, but I assume that's Kalef. And Ardera. Right, hold on. That was a struggle to get through that. Mana Puff Madness. Let's put this the other way around. High Inquisitor Ardera and Kalef Dawnhammer. Right. Set and Ares. Do you think he means to ban Dawnhammer and not the brother of the Shield Guard? I don't know. But those are the bans. Let's go. Flyby is a good answer for Scrat Tunnels, but I don't know if you can prevent them from taking the bridge with the Flyby. Flyby's good because it's going to follow the tunnel wherever it goes. But I think if you can Spell Dancer it or Barrage it, that shuts it down before they can even spawn anything. Blast Crystal maybe, but it's more expensive. You're paying more, but maybe getting more value. Okay, we're ready for this round 5 game. Set versus SILCO. Winner goes through, loser goes out. No draws allowed. One thing I've noticed is there's no draws in Minion Master games. And we have situations where both players end up on 0 HP, normally through Gax. And previously in the past, it used to always be player 1 who was just arbitrarily chosen as the winner. But it seems like that may have changed. And it seems like it might be player 2 that gets chosen now. I would like to see something better rather than just randomly choosing one of those players. But we will see. Okay, here we go. We're loading into the first game of this final Swiss round. SILCO versus Set.
Showtime!
It's the damn Winter Arena. Okay, SILCO playing Adventuring Party. Don't see that too often. Set playing maybe a similar deck to before. He has Herald Our Moon in there now, so you're going to be wanting to pay attention to your slithers, get that res up. Groggy Woodsman has been healed. Does get the Rage. Here comes a Kinlap. Okay. A Kinlap's going to be a problem for him to deal with. He is playing Rimagal, so he's somewhat unfortunate, SILCO, that Rimagal wasn't in his opening hand, because the casts so far have not counted towards Rimagal's Defrost. Remember, you've got to spend 25 mana defrosting it. 25 mana on ground minions. But only the 2 slots next to it count. So you can see in his hand, only the 2 slots, only slot 2 and slot 3 count. Anno, we've had a couple of people play mobile, yes. Destroy played on his phone. Did he misplay that bridge grab? Not sure. You can see the unit spawning frozen. That's because of the defrost from Rimagal. Kinlep. Not a Kinlep. Armoon getting DPS down. Little revive. Not too much, but sometimes just that little revive can be disgusting. Nice use of the spellbook there. The heal was nice, but the removal was the key to that. Right. The defrost has been completed. Rimagal will land. Will get frozen. Chain doesn't do enough to kill the healer. So there's quite a lot of damage on it, but the Priestess will heal up. Remember, the Priestess got increased range, up to 10 range from 8 in the last patch. So that can be kind of disgusting. Right. Set went in with Armoon. Rimagal doesn't hit air. That's one of Rimagal's big weakness. Little res might get a... Oh, only doesn't get another attack off. Another healer. Yeah, negative HP makes sense. Okay, set ahead on XP. Health is not a problem at the moment. But let's see if the Rimagal can change the game. The SILCO. Okay, wants to keep the anti-air away from his Armoon. Armoon's going to get a few good hits off here. Should get a good revive as well. Doing some good face damage, Armoon is here. That's a lot of face damage. If he keeps this alive, Armoon's going to get another hit off. That's 100 HP left. There is a heal available, of course. 2 heal puffs for Set. There's the double heal from the spellbook. That was absolutely required. Yes, I know. Right, double dragon. Is that a real cleaver? It's probably fake from... If you see a cleaver in a game with APEP and you haven't seen one before, it's likely a fake one from his perk 1. Okay. Nivea's on the field. And remember, Nivea can hit air. Unlike... do we like that? I'm not sure. Unlike Rimagal. Nivea has not aggroed yet. Okay, he will now. Not a big heal coming. For a Kinlap. Herald, sorry, Anno. Right, Set's 10 XP away from Mana Frenzy. SILCO is at 300 health, but has a big presence on the game. This is kind of close. Okay, the healer goes down. Dragon's going to get really poisoned here. Nicely done. Looks like Set's done enough. He's going to get his Mana Frenzy. Bottom bridge is his. Top bridge. Got to be in these situations. You don't want to go face with your spells because of the heal, probably. But this is going to be Set's game. Set takes the first game.
A crushing defeat.
We've seen a Kinlep get... God damn it, Herald Armoon get banned a lot today. This time he didn't get banned, and he was played, and he got a lot of value. Right. So, Set takes the first game. We're still in the best of 3 Swiss format, but the winner of this game likely goes through, the loser likely goes out. Okay, let's see what's going on in the other matches whilst we're waiting. Okay, so we saw Set take the first game there. Ficus against DSOO is no score reported yet. Dark Crow against Chief. Dark Crow taking the first game and the second game. Just waiting for that to confirm. So he's got a victory there. Gives himself a chance. Destroy taking the first game against RENZO. And Terry getting a bye. And Kanaru beating Electro by 2 games to 0. Slap Daddy. A crushing defeat. Okay. We're waiting for this game to start. But the standings could change a lot depending on the results in this last round. Yes, Nina, but that was only when Scrapyard was OP. Yep, did have that bug for sure. Okay, so we're just waiting for these guys to loading to the second game. What's your eye color? Brown. Just brown. Right. We're just waiting for these players to be ready for their second game. Not sure what the hold-up is. Kind of annoying that you can't access the chat whilst you have an active spectate. No bets yet. We'll do bets for the semi-finals. If I remember. Okay. Right. I was about to complain, but it looks like we're about to go in. Okay, Set's leading 1-0. Can he close this out, or can SILCO fight back? Set looks like he's playing the same deck. SILCO, we have a Storm Tamer. We have Scrat Tunnels. We have a TAS. Okay. Good chain, shuts it down, stops all the Scrats coming. Did a little bit of face damage. Nice value. Right, let's see how the Storm Tamer does. Can be tricky to deal with. And Set messes it up. But I mean, it works out. As long as he doesn't get bugged, which is fixed now. I mean, that's kind of fine, right? That 1 HP. Oh, he died at the end there. Again, the chain to shut that down. I'm not a huge fan of that because he doesn't have the bridges anyway. And his chain doesn't. But I mean, he can then push into it. So, don't hate it. Don't love it. It was just a thing. Play was done. Fishy didn't lose his mind over it. A lot of ranged units in SILCO's deck, which is going to be good for dealing with Herald Armoon, of course. TAS as well can put a hurting on him with the Hellfire. Okay, we're going to get a lot of Scrats this time. Not a great deal of anti-horde for Set. So these Scrats could be problematic for him. Okay, TAS is out. That means Hellfire is available. Sometimes the Hellfire gets value just in preventing your opponent from playing anything, because they know they're going to get punished. We could do the Blood Imps here. Hellfire onto the Blood Imps would be huge here. Deciding not to do it. That would have been huge damage. Surprised he didn't go for it. Would have been like 3 mana to do 500 damage or something. More than that, probably. You can see Set being a little bit frustrated here. He can't play his Armoon because there's just too many counters for it. Okay, there it is. Look at the damage on... That was only 3 of the Blood Imps. Can't remember exactly how much base damage Hellfire does. But Set's very low HP. This is for sure going to be 1-1 here. Here comes the Hellfire. Probably. No. Maybe. Maybe. No. Deciding to play it carefully, cautiously. Okay, we're going to go into a decider here. And this is a situation where Set is a little bit predictable with his decks. And SILCO just said, well, if you're going to stick and play that Armoon deck, then I'm just going to play something that completely counters it. Not sure why he doesn't just Hellfire everything at the bottom there. He's being really cautious with his Hellfire. Oh, he's 1 HP. And there it comes in. He was waiting for that. Okay, 1-1.
Another day, another victory.
SILCO fights back. Feels like Set 100% has to change to a different deck. Make sure you enter the giveaway. Okay. So, Ficus took the first game against DSOO, so DSOO might get eliminated here. We'll see if he loses, especially if he loses 2-0, that could be problematic for him. We've seen Darkrow's got a win there. Destroy against RENZO. Destroy's taken that 2-1. So there's no real point looking at the results at the moment. Or sorry, the standings at the moment. Because there's a lot of these matches to complete. DSOO could be in trouble. So whoever wins from Set and SILCO is going to be either first or second, depending on... Yeah, so... Yeah, there's too many variables to even begin to pull out what may or may not happen. Okay. Well, the first thing we need to do is see what happens in this match. There's still another game here. Winner goes through, loser probably goes out. Nina, playing a card that is strong is not abuse. Just playing a strong card. Nina, you do realise this is not Ares, right? This is SILCO. That's why I keep calling him SILCO. We did have a long wait between game 1 and 2, unfortunately. And we're probably going to have another long wait between 2 and 3. These guys are going to get a hurry up. Okay, Fickers has beaten DSOO 2-0. But there is only set against SILCO outstanding. Yes, he stole Ares' name when 2.0 launched. He hasn't changed. But it's not abuse, you're just using it as it's meant to be used. Right. These guys need to hurry up. Am I missing something here? We're waiting for game 3, right? One, yeah. Okay, game 3.
Let the fight commence.
Right, SILCO, Diona, Dynasty. Set also Dynasty, Diona. Tournament winners only have that skin. Is it playing a slightly different deck? It's got Poison in there. Remember, Poison can be empowered with the Slither Sacks. A nice trap interaction. Okay, this could be good here for Set. It's got a big tank. It's got an annoying Armoon coming up from behind. Okay, this is good damage. Gonna get a revive out as well. Another big hit on face. Okay, set with a good push there. This is the final round, Mickey, in the Swiss event. Then we'll go into the elimination after this. Okay, trying to get some XP back using the bridge shrine, but remember, if you have a bridge shrine and your closest bridge is not taken, the bridge shrine is doing nothing. Okay. SILCO needs to be careful with the face damage because he did take a lot in that first push. And he's still taking more. Ruffles going for a heal. The poison does kill him. Ruffles has basically 1 HP, right? So any damage just kills him. Okay, SILCO trying to get pressure on the bridge here at the bottom that has the shrine with it. But not able to hold on for too long. Yeah, big poison at the top. Whirly Scrat getting some great value as well. Try to use the Taunt Trap, but Taunt Trap's not so efficient against AoE minions. Oh, Ruffles comes in and grabs that bottom bridge. Grabs a heal as well for Set. Ruffles being a bit of a Chad there for Set. Okay, the quick cycle bridge shrine. He's got 2 of the bridge shrines out. That means every time he gets XP from the bottom bridge, both of those bridge shrines are going to generate XP as well. So he's back level on XP at the moment. That turret getting swamped though could be problematic. The poison was okay. He's going to clear it. There's still a lot of stuff here on the face. Trap as well. Is Set going to close this game out? It looks like it. Set's going to... Okay, Set's taking his 2 games to 1. He is definitely going to carry on in the tournament. SILCO, maybe not so much. Right. Nicely done from Set there. Takes the 2-1 victory. So there's some discussions going on elsewhere about something that happened that may have been a bug, may not have been. We're going to have a look into that. Okay, we'll wait for that to get locked in. Someone just sent me a replay of a bug. I need to check that out. I think that might be muted. Good try. Right, so let's have a look at this quickly. HP? I don't know. Seemed to die from poison. I mean, it looked like the first tick did it. Poison does 10 a tick, so yeah, I guess that tracks. Right, okay, let's have a look at this replay. Don't really want to show it to you guys. You can hear it.
Showtime!
Just going to check this and then we'll confirm the top
Duel!
5. I am hungry as a hippo. Okay. Okay. Right, hold on. I'm just checking a bug to see if we need to do anything about it with regards to banning anything. Okay. Right, yeah, that is quite a bad bug. Okay, hold on. Right. We're probably going to have to ban Trombir, I think. Just give me a second. I know you can't see the game because I don't want to show you the bug. Because it's definitely abusable. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned that before, to be honest. Somebody discovered a rather important and savage bug, so I am checking it. I know. Okay, so we just need to get to the bottom of what's going to happen here. There was a bug. It was quite a nasty bug. I think we're going to have to ban Tronvir because of this. Surprised nobody's had it before. There 100% was Vickers. But please don't tell anyone what it was. Right, I'll be back in a sec. And then we'll go through the top 4. Right. Right, so the matches are all in. There was a bit of an issue with the bug. We are going to ban Tronvir from the rest of the tournament because of it. Don't know how widespread the bug is. Surprised nobody's found it before, but when it does happen, it is very impactful on the game. So Tronvir is going to be banned because of that. Right, so Ficus, 5-0. Set, DSOO, and Destroy in the top. Oh, okay. So this is interesting. 2 people in the top 4 lost twice. That's unlikely. No. If you know what the bug is, please don't share it, because people will abuse it. Right. So no more Trombeer. Trombeer is banned. So you're still in the tournament, don't play it. Okay. Well, someone is disputing the bug happened, so now I have to go back into the replay and take screenshots of it. So please hold. Give me a second. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Duel.
I mean, it could have been happening before, right? Who knows? It's kind of weird that an experienced player doesn't notice this bug when it benefits them. Check your replay. Hold on. Give me a second. I know you want to see what's going on, but I can't show you because it's a bug that I don't want people to know about. Okay. Okay. Just have to prove that it's happening. Okay. can't really see what happens when people has it. What's up? I've always streamed Minion Masters.
Let's get freaky.
Sorry, there's clearly a bug, but someone's disputing it, so I have to 100% check it. Well, it clearly happens, and the player it happened to is disputing that it happens, so it's... Seems people don't notice it. Deadshot notices it. Okay. Right. Hold tight. Okay, yeah. I sent the screenshots. Okay, right. Okay, okay, right. Sorry for the delay. We just need to do this correctly. Okay. Hey, Shan, what's up? Okay, won't be a minute. Hold on. Uh-oh. Really showed you what I wanted to do. Right. Almost there. No, it shouldn't be any drama. We should get to the bottom of it. Okay, so the top four, we've got Thicker Set, DSOO, Destroy. There was definitely some bugs. Whether they changed the match results or not, we don't know. Whether they happened in previous matches, we don't know. Players can, of course, check their replays. Reminder to save your replays because the game will delete them very quickly. I'm so surprised nobody's found this bug before. Right. So the bug happened. The question is, was the person abusing the bug purposely or not? I mean, who knows if we can figure that out or not. Let's hope they're not, but the question has to be asked. Hold tight. Just need to draw a line under this. And then we can move on. I'm sure no one was abusing the replay purposely, but we do have to just double check. Due diligence. Now I've lost the replay. Hello? There it is. Am I frozen? I don't think so. Okay, just a little bit of downtime while we just investigate what happened before moving on. You were frozen? Okay. I mean, we can't go back and replay everything. Replay system's fine. Just make sure you save your replays so you don't lose them. Right, so looks like the results are going to stand. Tromvir is going to be banned. It looks like Ficus, Set, DSOO and Destroy are in the top 4. Okay, hold tight. Guys, did you know Minion Masters is now available on your phone, assuming you're running Android, and it's a compatible device. Check it out. And yes, you can link your Steam account to it to have that cross-progression delight, and it is free to play. No Netflix subscription required. The best game of all time. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so if you just joined us, we're in the middle of a tournament. It's been a bug discovered. We're just getting to the bottom of the bug, and then we'll make a decision and move on. Looks like Tromvir is going to be banned going forward because of the bug, since the bug is with Tromvir. I don't want to tell you what the bug is because it may be reproducible and reportable, and it's definitely a benefit to the player playing it. But I do find it strange that nobody's found this bug before, so that means it might be a particularly rare one. Because I don't think anything's changed that would make this a new bug. But the player playing it, who had the bug, didn't even notice it. So that's kind of a little concerning. Right, okay. I know there's been a bit of delay. If you've enjoyed this delay and want to experience it again, check out the VOD that goes up on YouTube tomorrow. You can enjoy the delay as many times as you want. So, we're going to move shortly to the top 4, where we're going to switch to a best of 5 and conquest rules. So, that means that once you win with a master, you can no longer play that master during this match. So there we should see some more matches. Tromvir, because of the bug that has been found, has been banned. What happened with the Netflix deal? So just before 2.0 launched, Netflix informed BetaDwarf that they didn't want to continue the partnership. They were going to, they wanted to have more established IPs rather than a sort of a less established game like Minion Masters. So that's, a lot of people think that Netflix pulled the plug after the debacle of the 2.0 launch, but according to what I've heard, that is not the case. I can understand why you'd think that, but that's not the case. Sadly, we miss out on the Netflix promotion, but positively, BetaDwarf retained complete control of it, which means now we have the cross progression with Steam and mobile that we wouldn't have had otherwise. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. We're not going to talk about a bug because I don't know if it's rare. I don't know if it's repeatable, but if it is repeatable, then people will abuse it for sure. It's on the ladder. So we don't talk about that. Right, okay. So let's move to the top 4. So let's change this to our top 4 pool. Okay, so we're going to have Fickers against Destroy. Set against DSOO. Whoever's ready first will be playing first, probably. Okay, looks like it's going to be DSOO against Set in the first semi-final. Let's get set up for that. Right. Set. Check. Reminder, Tronvir is now banned from this point onwards. The bug will probably need some more investigation, but that is for another day. Right. DSOO, the reigning champion, kind of squeaked through to the top 4. But you can't win the tournament in the early stages, but you can definitely lose it. Right, bans. Well, let me set up the player names first. That's probably going to be sensible. So set. Player 1, set. Player 2, DSOO, Def Shooty, Wanioni. Right, so this is semi-final 1. Best of 5. Current score 0-0. Okay, good. So set bans. King Path. Sapphire Pebble. Remember these guy plays earlier, so these probably are the same bands. Brothers of the Void and ATG Drone. And DefShoot is banning APEP. Bounce Brief Flingers. Taluk the Vessel. Haven't seen him pick up a ban before, I don't think. And a Kinlep. So no ban with regards to Herald Our Moon. Let me just double check we got that right. So set banning King Puff, Sapphire Pebble, Brothers of the Void, and ATG Drone, and then APEP, a Kinlep, Bounceberry Flingers, and Taluk. Right! There we go. So DSOO and set 0-0. Okay. Sorry for the delay, but we are now ready. Emperor of the Universe. Okay, there we go. The bands are locked in. The players are almost ready. We had a little bit of drama. We got through it without anyone losing their head. If you missed any of the action, as I mentioned before, make sure you drop a sub to my YouTube channel. The VOD will be up tomorrow. I'll put timestamps, as always, in there so you can easily find the matches that you're looking for. Right, here we go. We're loading into the first semi-final. I was not quite ready for that. Right, here we go. Set against DSOO.
Welcome back to another exciting round of Minion Masters. Duel.
Right. Set playing Slither again. No Taluk, of course. No Akinlep. They have been banned. Deadshot is playing his Milloween deck. Punishing these Blood Imps with that Cleaver there. We've got the smaller Akinlep. Not quite the same thing. Remember, Wogasaur Pop, Akinlep from Wish, does have the Spit Poison, but only on spawn. Shock Rock here. Oh, nicely done. Musketeer getting some good value in. Ravenous Swarmers just winning that top there. Again, Deadshot's going to take some face damage here. It's going to take quite a lot of face damage with that Taunt Trap, to be honest. Health is a resource, but please don't use too much of it. Okay, he does have Unholy Ground here. That's going to bring this to the ground if he decides to use it. Okay, there he does. Nicely done. He's getting a little bit lucky there with the Skelly aggro, where the Skelly was spawning. Sometimes they spawn in the perfect spot from the Unholy Ground, sometimes they do not.
Blue got the second perk.
Musketeer doesn't do... sorry, the Monkey doesn't do great against the Musketeer, but when it has Growth Burst, Giant Growth buff, and the Milloween helping out, then that changes things. Deadshot's struggling from an XP point of view at the moment. Ruffles going down at the bottom, no extra XP. Okay, he needs these skeletons to tank for as long as possible. Okay, the skeletons are gone. Oh, the Shock Rock's perfectly timed, though. Well, that's a lot of damage from that. Blast Crystal, double Blast Crystal as well. Remember, the second time you use it, it's disgusting. Oh, he just got the revive in time. That was... I don't know if he played it. I think that was just players playing this just at the same time there. The Pincer tried to kill it. The Slithers were spawned. Herald survived. Okay. They're really trying to shut down that Snake Druid as quickly as possible. Shockrock there kills the Blood Imp, so there has to be more mana spent at the top to take that bridge. Perk 3 coming up for Set now. He's going to get that second trap. Can that help him out? Does feel rough for Deadshot at the moment. It's going to take some more face damage here. 20 XP behind. Still not perk 3 for Deadshot yet. Nice Shock Rock there. You see he hit face and the Snake Druid. Every little helps. Okay. Oh, he kills the Armoon as well. That's massive. That could be huge. Armoon going down there. Suddenly he can rule the ground. And XP's coming back now. Deadshot's going to do some damage here with these Swarmers as well. Ruffles grab some XP. That could be big as well. Right, 12 XP behind. Doing his best here to keep that monkey alive. Monkey's going to start healing. Okay. Impetus gets everything underneath Armoon. That's frustrating. That shot's pretty low on HP as well. He needs to be careful. Shuts down Ruffles there. Not sure if that's the best situation or not. This is going to be a revive. It still has that globe in its hand. This is looking problematic. It's only going to get one hit on face, but he's dropping very low. There's still a Snake Druid on face as well. Musketeer's pushing as well. And all the while, Set is creeping towards his own Mana Frenzy. Deadshot needs to basically hold both bridges from now until eternity. Okay. Shuts down the Ruffles. Set is so close to Mana Frenzy though. Deadshot just needs to get on that top bridge, but he's low HP as well. This is the problem. He wants to grab bridges, but he also needs to not be dead. Trying to hold at least one bridge at the moment, but that Taunt Trap's really helping Set at the top. I don't think Deadshot's going to hold on. Bolf is almost on face. Taunt Trap's going to keep Bolf alive. Nice Impetus Blast, and Set takes the first game there. It was close, but Set did a lot of face damage early on. And was always ahead on XP. Nicely finished. Set takes the first game in this best of 5. Set's deck seems tricky to deal with. No Akinlep in that, of course. No Taluk. But Armoon is there. Would you rather ban Akinlep or Armoon? Would you rather ban both? Like, would you rather have banned Taluk instead of... Sorry, Armoon instead of Taluk? Maybe. Feels like that would have had a bigger impact. But then you've got to... I mean, you're basically just banning out one particular deck in that case. Don't know. The Taluk ban, not sure about that. Unsure. Bolf is such a tanky guy. Gets you a lot of XP just freezing things, staying around. Akinlep as well. Of course, Akinlep wasn't in that match. The traps as well can really help that out. We did have some swings in momentum. Definitely when Deadshot was able to shut down the Armoon, then that really helped his situation out. Okay, so remember Tronvir's banned because of that bug. Now... no Diona for Set. He's won with her. Conquest rules prevent that from being played again. Right, game 2.
Let's go.
Right, Valorian. Set has a habit of just playing the same deck, changing masters. Looks like that might be what he's doing. Deadshot here, Morelia playing with snipers. Snipers could be great against our moon for sure. Bounty Sniper, of course, spawns with a shield if you're behind on XP, which can be valuable. Once the snipers get on the bridge here, they're not going to last too much longer. Oh, this Bounty Sniper's going to live, though, but at what cost? DSOO also has a Defenso Chopper, which is another good answer for our moon. Since our moon, whilst our moon is flying, our moon is also a melee minion. So our moon will get stunned from the Defenso. That Spirit could be big on the Defenso. Does keep him alive long enough. Impetus tries to get the sniper into harm's way. It's only a regular sniper though, not a bounty sniper, but Deadshot's having the better of the bridges at the moment. I hate you, Mickey. Yes, the new arena does look great. Valorian against snipers is always frustrating for the snipers, since that perk 1 Searing Light removal is very powerful and the snipers are very weak. Often what you want to do is, if you've got multiple snipers, you just want to keep them spread out as much as possible. Except you're going to lose one of them. You know, maybe even with your regular sniper, try to bait out the spell. And then you've got your bounty sniper that's going to be potentially safer. Okay, let's see if he goes with... He might... Okay. Takes the bridge as well with that Defenso. Such a nice play. Going to take some damage, but look how much damage he's doing to Set's face with that Golem. That was huge. Bit of return damage. Set is healing up there with his half. But that Golem did a lot of work. Right, there you go. Sniper's down, so he knows he can use his bounty sniper without that removal there. There is an Impetus Blast, though. Couldn't quite save that. Morelia, of course, is going to have that perk 3 Dragon. One time only thing, but could be huge. Spirit on the Golem just in time. Those Blood Imps are getting really punished by that Golem hitting really hard there. Okay, Deadshot trying to tank these hits. Looks like he's going to keep his sniper alive. Nicely done. That sniper's going to get a lot of value now. Right, this sniper is... Okay, it's not on the Snake Druid. I thought it was for a second. It's going to be frustrating. Let's have a look. Perk 3 coming for Deadshot. Basically perk 3 at the same time for both players. Probably going to Dragon this? No. I thought he might... Like, he really wants to get a Spirit on the Dragon. He has multiple ways of getting the Spirit, right? Spellbook, Spirits, Vessel, or the Ghost Turret. Set low HP as well. Dragon's a one-time only thing, so he does need to use it at the right time. Here it goes. I'm not sure about that breath, but he gets the Spirit on the Dragon. And of course the Spirit's great on big units, because it does, although it does cap off, it is based on their HP, their max HP. Impetus not really going to do too much. Deadshot dropping a little bit of BM there. Snipers are going to murder our moon. No res as well. Set's dead here. This is a full HP Dragon almost on face. How can he possibly not die to this? He spins it round nicely, but he's got a lot of other stuff to deal with. Deadshot's put too many snipers together there. That's a mistake from Deadshot. I mentioned that earlier. Don't do that. He did that. Blood Imps are out. This is a last desperation from Set, but there's no way this works. Okay. And this is what we said, the main drawback to the way Set plays is he will play the same stuff over and over again. And if you just make the assumption that that's going to happen, then you can tech against it. And that's what Deadshot did there. The sniper's getting great value. And of course, the spirits did get buffed, not in the last patch, but the patch before, I think. Well, recently, anyway. So minimum spirit health, 100. Which means that a sniper actually gets pretty damn tanky with a spirit. And it survives way more spells than it previously would. And we know snipers are one of those cards where if your opponent has a counter for them, they are kind of irrelevant. But if your opponent doesn't have a counter for them or can't remove them efficiently, then they can really get out of control. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Special delivery! Right. Don't spam the chat too much with that blue inside, please. Right, 1-1. Game on. So, what's going to happen? Is Set going to be forced to switch? Or is he just going to be wanting to carry on with it? Right. I think everything is still good here. The Deadshot, a great job teching against that deck. We saw how good the Defenso was against Armoon, right? Not only does it tank Armoon, it stuns Armoon and does that return damage to Armoon. Takes at least 2 hits to kill it. Especially if it's got a spirit on it, makes it more tanky. And there was a beautiful way that he played the Defenso at the bottom. Took 2 hits from Armoon and then crept onto the bridge to grab a bridge. And that's, you know, we talk about this game, it's just about being mana efficient. If you play something and it does one thing, that's great. If you play something it does 2 things, that's better. If it does 3 things, that's wild. And that's why we say use your minions instead of spells where you can. Use a fireball, it does its damage, it's done. You use a minion, it can kill stuff, it can take a bridge. It can do face damage. All sorts of different things.
Duel.
Just mana efficiency. You're more efficient than your opponent, you pretty much win. Right, here we go. Game 3. Back to the Winter Arena, Set's favourite. Again, it looks like Set playing the same deck, but this time with King Puff. Might be slightly different. Deadshot looks like he's playing his deck that we've seen him again play with King Puff a lot, but remember King Puff banned by Set, so he's playing it with Diona. Now we saw an incredible black hole play earlier in the match, or in a previous match. I'm sure Set remembers. But let's see what value DefShoot can get from the black hole this time. It's not just for defending from spells. So Deadshot does have some ranged minions, which of course are going to be good against Armoon. He has a trap as well. He might spin us around with a trap. Okay. Set was ready for it. Now Armoon doesn't have a huge range when it comes to like attacking something, but his aggro range is massive. Like, he will see things and sort of wander towards them from a long way off. Thanks for the follow. Which is something you need to be aware of from both sides of things. Right, here we go. Deadshot handling Armoon is the most important thing here. Armoon's going to res a little bit. The Sentry, of course, doesn't aggro because the Sentry has a very short range. Interestingly, a Sentry as a ranged minion, and we say this many times, Oof, okay. Black hole. He's going to get impetus anyway. He tried it. That's the trick he did in the first game. Set was kind of ready for it. Okay, looks like actually that Wogasaur might be a bit bugged at the top there. That's a known bug. But that's one of those bugs that's bad for you as the player, so it's not abusable. Okay, Deadshot taking some decent face damage there, though. And we know how strong King Puff Perk 3 can be. Doesn't quite kill the Musketeer. Bridge switch to grab the top bridge. XP very close, but I do worry for Deadshot at perk 3. King Puff gets a huge power spike. Okay, impetus there. Kind of knew that was coming. Deadshot's going to want to keep on as much pressure as possible. If he can keep Set away from the bridges, then that's huge. He does have an extra trap, of course, from his perk. Okay, there's a bridge switch. Didn't really generate too many Night Puffs, though. Maybe just one, plus the 2 from the perk 2. But the Rage here... That Impetus is doing a great job against the prop Scrats. Okay, Black Hole stops the bridge switch, which stops the Night Puffs. That's a good play from DSOO. Don't know if it's going to be enough or not, but it's definitely a good play. It costs him 3 mana. How much is that bridge switch worth? Probably a lot from the bridge grab and the Night Puffs. Deadshot doing a good job keeping it close. Okay, so he plays the Scrats there to split them so the Impetus Blast doesn't kill them all. It's pretty smart. Because he knows every time he plays it, they're just going to get murdered. And not only do they do nothing, it actually costs Set less to kill them than it costs DSOO to spawn them. Right. Whoa. Nice play there from Set. Spawned the Wogasaur pup on the trap, which the collision pushed it onto the bridge from the looks of it. Bridge rules might change in the next patch or two, but not yet. Okay. Oof. This is looking dicey for DSOO. He's doing a good job tanking this, but while he's tanking this, he's just losing so much XP. Set's going to have the bridges. He's going to have another bridge switch in about 10 seconds, which will probably solidify his victory. Okay, Deadshot did a great job, but just a little bit too late. Ruffles gets a heal in there. Flyby from perk 2 from Set coming in. It's not over yet, but you can't imagine that DSOO's going to be holding against all of this free kind of value from these Night Puffs. Okay, Set takes it 2-1. Deadshot DMing me before the game's almost finished. What the frick? Relax. Oh no. Okay. Okay, Right, okay. Deadshot's having a rough day of things. Sounds like you got the bug in that game where the corpses don't disappear and then your game starts to lag like shit. Yeah, the corpses disappearing bug, and I think it might be somehow linked to the invisible spells bug as well. Is the devs are finding that very difficult to figure out because it's not something they can replicate easily. If they can't replicate it, then they can't see what's causing it. If they can't see what's causing it, they can't fix it. But it can be very problematic. Whether it affected the outcome of the game, who knows? But it's not a fun time. Oh, we forgot to do the voting. God damn it. That was definitely a close one. King Puff is just King Puff. And of course, as I said, that deck is normally a KP deck for DSOO. So that's the power of a good ban. A lot of decks you can play with a lot of different masters, but there's always going to be one or two masters that are much better with that deck than others. So if you ban that top master, then they may play another master and it's okay, but it's just not as good. We could see he was trying his best. Lovely black hole to deny a bridge switch, which denied a bridge grab at the top and also prevented his units getting stunned and night puff generation. So there was a lot of value from that, for sure. Yep, turning ragdolls off does avoid that. I don't know if restarting your game every time prevents it. Definitely frustrating. Where are my biscuits? Keep calm and eat biscuits. Yeah, the ragdolls. Something getting absolutely yeeted. Yeeted, I'm a man. Is very good. Right, just hold on a second while we just discuss this situation. Are you streaming, DSOO? Oh, looks like we're going straight into the next game. When I say straight, we're going straight into this after a 10-minute break.
Start expending mana. Go, go, go.
Okay, wait. I was just, hold on. You restarted this game. You broke my spectate. Okay. Everything's fine. Relax. Right. Set. Morelia. Looks like playing the same deck. Right. Diona. Could be a very similar deck. Right. Flyby coming in. So the Flyby doesn't kill it, but it does a lot of damage to it. And it slows the Armoon, so that's decent. Set does have the Impetus Blast, which can deny... You probably can't deny all of the Flybys because they're too spread out, but you can definitely kill a lot of them to prevent them. Yes, the community of the game's incredible. And it makes me sad when I see people on Steam leave a negative review, and the reason for their negative review is the toxic community. I'm like, are you playing the same game? Yes, the brackets are at the top of the chat. So it feels like Deadshot's just gone, listen, I know you're going to play the same damn deck, so I'm going to counter it even harder this time. Right, sets 2-1 up against DSOO, the reigning champion. Okay, DSOO taking damage here. Was that an impetus? What was that impetus? Where was that impetus? It looked like it was on his face, but it didn't seem to do anything. Nice position there. Look at that. We got the Wogasaur in the trap. Stuck like a chicken. Don't know. Weird. Right, Morelia, of course, going to have that dragon at perk 3 from Set. Could be important. I'm eating biscuits, Mark. A selection of biscuits. The last one, I believe, was a bourbon. Oh, that's a massive blast crystal. Armoon goes down as well. That's huge. We saw this in an earlier match. When Armoon gets countered quickly, then that can put a lot of tempo to the other person. No, I don't like spicy food. Okay, the Taunt Trap taking a beating at the top, but that's what it's designed for. Musketeer jumps back off the bridge. Blast Crystal clear again. Okay, this game's going a lot better for DSOO at the moment, I think. It's going to absolutely shred Bolf at the bottom there. 3 Swarmers alive. They won't last very long, but they'll put on a little bit more pressure. Sorry, I'm hungry. Past my dinner time. Musketeer won't do a good job against these ranged units. That riposte is only good against melee. Right. DSOO wants to kind of keep this dragon busy for as long as possible. Oh, look at him DPS in this dragon. This dragon is like a quarter HP left. Absolutely shredded it. And all the time, Deadshot's been holding on to these bridges. Oh, that dragon's dead already. Holy cow. Newer players will say cards like that dragon are just beyond OP and they have no idea how to deal with it. Just watch how these top players deal with it. We've seen Deadshot do this time and time again. Absolutely murder it. That didn't get anywhere near a bridge. It barely took a step from where it spawned. And I feel like that dragon was set way back into the game. It's come and gone. And I feel like there's no chance now for him.
That was amazing!
I'm calling it now. It's 2-2. Huge blast crystal there. Mana Frenzy about to tick over for DSOO. He's going to clear these skellies and he's going to take that top bridge. And this is looking like it's going to be 2 games all. And that's going to put us in an interesting situation. I won't talk about it yet because, you know, stranger things have happened. But this is... Deadshot's got Mana Frenzy. He's just going to be able to flood both bridges constantly. And there's just nothing Set can do. Remember, in Mana Frenzy, all XP you gain is converted into mana. Therefore, if you hold the bridges, you're getting a lot of XP. That XP is translated into a lot of mana. Therefore, you can spawn more than your opponent. And you generally win! 2-2! Game on. Okay, so what I was going to say, but I wanted to wait until the match finished, is... Deadshot has slowly been crafting counters to Set's deck. And Set's played basically the same deck constantly, right? So, does Set continue with the same deck and potentially get countered again? Does he change? Does Deadshot assume that Set's going to play the same deck and play the counter to it? I mean, there's different things that could happen, but we'll see how Set does. We know he likes to play the same deck. We know that's one of his weaknesses, really, because it just allows you to have a great idea of what he's going to play and then counter against it. And we're seeing how strong Border Patrol is. That's definitely a card we've seen a lot on the leaderboard, for sure. And I think it might be getting a nerf in the next patch. But remember, if you want to see the stuff that is most prolific on the leaderboards, check out my meta video on YouTube. Do those every patch. We'll have one for this patch coming up once we've got a decent amount of data. And we'll have a look at which leaderboards, which masters are played most on the leaderboard, which cards, all that kind of stuff. Check it out. Storm Tamer is being played a lot from what I've seen so far. Basically what I do is I scrape the leaderboard. Not a very nice word, but I used to do it daily. Now I do it basically hourly whenever my PC's on. So we should have even more data this time to give us a better idea of what cards are played most. And, you know, we don't have access to behind the scenes data on overall play rate, win rate, stuff like that. The devs don't give that. But we can make the assumption that if things are on the leaderboard, they're good. If they're on the leaderboard a lot, they are very good. So make sure you drop me a sub on YouTube so that you don't miss out on that, because that's a great way to, especially for new players, if you're wondering what cards are good. I've got some currency. I want to craft some stuff. I want a legendary. You know, new players always want legendaries. We know Minion Masters isn't all about legendaries, but if you are desperate to get a legendary, have a look at that. It'll tell you which are the most common legendaries that are played by the top players, and give you an idea of a good legendary to craft. But remember, Minion Masters is super free to play friendly. You can unlock everything just by playing. If you've got the time, you can speed that up if you want to, but by paying. But unlike Clash Royale, games like that, you can't make your cards more powerful. The card is the card, and that is it, which is one of the beauties of this game. It's not about who has the biggest wallet. Right! Semi-final. Final. 2-2. Winner goes through. Loser goes out. Right, we got the new awesome-looking arena. Set's going for an aggro Voidborn Volco deck. Really switching things up. And we said, is he going to stick or is he going to twist? He has twist. He's going in hard. Double rammer. One's going to be a brutish betrayer. Okay. Okay, okay. That didn't do too much damage. Deadshot did a great job shutting that down to minimize the damage. Because the way that this deck works with Set is likely he's just going to do damage every push. And he'll get it. Eventually he'll shut that down. But of course, Deadshot's playing Apep, which comes with a perk 2 shield, which could be exactly what he needs. Set is playing a Doom Cleaver, and we know the Doom Cleaver can generate a lot of value if it gets a lot of kills. But it has to get 2 kills to at least break even as just a regular Cleaver. Which it's done. You can see in the hand, it's reduced the cost of the bats to 0. It's reduced the cost of the Reboomer to 1. So it did generate 1 extra mana's worth. But again, these ranged units are going to pretty much shred through these whelps. And Deadshot's got a decent XP lead. Bridgeburn for Volco is now perk 2. That's been like that for a while. That will be useful. Oh! Okay, DSOO's playing a Rocket Scrap, but that Rocket Scrap might be from his perk rather than in his deck. We'll definitely have to check that, because that is a banned card. But if he got it from his perk, then that's okay. You can't really control that. We'll double check that. Someone remind me to double check that. Rocket Scrap. I'm going to twist my fingers to remind me. No, that's stupid. That doesn't feel nice. Okay, so Deadshot's going to have a massive XP lead for this whole game. The question is that XP lead going to get him in a position where he can survive this onslaught? His perk 3 is going to help a lot, especially depending on what he gets from it. Oof. Oh, it feels like Set rolled the dice here, but Deadshot's got all of the answers. Here comes the rammer, but what's it going to do? Double rammer. They pick up the rage. Flyby slows the first one down. It does get a raged hit, so that is quite a lot of damage, but Set's taking damage himself. This is a blood-packed minion, so the damage is going back to Set's face. He probably has no healing. He's under 100 HP. Looks like Deadshot's going to get into the grand final. He's got that crystal on face, so that means the next crystal explosion will kill wherever he puts it. Deadshot's at 550 HP. Needs to be careful here because he's going in with the flyby. Does he have any way of shutting down this flyby? He tries his best.
Well, he loses, but the viewing rating.
Deadshot's in the grand final. He's having a rough time of it with some bugs today, but he pulled himself out, and we saw what happened there is Deadshot countered Set's decks, or his deck, which forced Set to play something completely different, And that did not work out very well for him. Right, hold tight. Stream's lagging for a little bit. We'll figure that out in a second. Hopefully it recovers. They've been dying for a while. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Oh, hold on. Okay, someone's uploading something, so it's messing the stream. Should recover soon. Okay, looks like the internet's recovering. Good. Well, I played a shield to cycle quickly to get the flyby out. It was risky, because if the flyby didn't kill him, then he would be screwed with the rammers. Deadshot was very good with that. Right. Okay, so Deadshot's into the grand final. Who will join him? Going to be Ficus or Destroy? Right, semi-final 2. 0-0. Boom. Right. HP is a resource. Yes, it is. Right. Okay, so we're going to have the bans in. I'm going to, just for no real reason, restart my game. Just through an abundance of caution. Right, okay. So, Ficus against Destroy. We'll go through the bans in a second. Yeah, I would like if you could tell the difference between the blast crystals more easily. Also would like it if you can tell the difference between undying corpses as well between the players. Right, Ficus against Destroy, semi-final number 2. Bans are in. Ficus has banned King Puff, Zeppelin Bomber, High Inquisitor Ardera, and Red Golem. And Destroy has banned R3KT Rex. Also banned Bolf, which is Chief Icebreaker Bolf officially. Officially, Chief Icebreaker Bolf. Also has banned Herald Our Moon. Let's put... we're going to put High Inquisitor Ardera first, and then Herald Our Moon, so they're in order of mana. Yep, stream should be okay now. Right, so those are the bans. Nothing pretty shocking. We know that Ficus and Destroy, and Set play similar games. We can... Sorry, I did forget the prediction for the previous one, but we can do it now. Okay, so who will win? Ficus. Oops. Destroy. Okay. Start that. Okay, that's good. Yep, almost ready, Sinobii. My game. Right. Okay. Almost ready. Just restarted my game and then that was the problem. I don't know if anyone else has experienced it, but when you open the game, you get the minions, you get the Morelia on the taskbar, right? If you pin that to the taskbar and then try to use that to start the game just starts with a black screen for me. Something a little bit weird there. Like it doesn't start it properly through Steam. Right. Okay. Right, Destroy, Ficus, ready. Okay, I'm ready. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. So let's see how Ficus adapts to these bans. Same with Destroy. No Tronvir, remember? We discovered a Tronvir bug earlier, so he has been yeeted out of this event. Okay, DC waiting in the final. Ficus or Destroy will be visiting him. It's weird. Right, I definitely said ready, right? When I checked my DMs and I see I typed ready but didn't hit enter. Okay, here we go! Yeah! It's the second semi-final. Who's going to feature in the grand final alongside DSOO? Is it going to be Ficus? Or is it going to be Destroy? Let's find out. Okay, again, the beautiful new arena. Available in the Battle Pass. Looks awesome. One of my favorites, for sure. No, I'm not just saying that. Okay, so yet again, this Slither deck, as expected. Wait, didn't both get banned? Destroy banned both. Ficus is playing both. How difficult is this? I think Ficus has noticed and has stopped playing. It's carrying on playing for some reason. You should, if you notice a banned card, you should stop immediately. It's a silly mistake from Ficus. Snake Druid being annoying. Destroy dropped the GG, so I think he knows. Destroy playing a pretty classic Brotherween deck with the spirits in there. Deciding not to go for them this time. Outraged Bolt kind of screws people up. The Musketeer jumps back from the bats because the bats are, of course, although they are air, they are melee air. So he jumps back, but he will probably riposte something on the ground. Some poor, unfortunate ground-based being. This is a bit of a damp squib, this game. Like, Destroy's just not doing anything, he just wants to get it over. He knows he's won the game for the banned card. Right, okay. Okay. You play one deck, like, surely people are going to counter it, right? So you've got to respond to the bans. Well, I mean, up to him. He doesn't want to pay attention. Okay, so Destroy takes that. Okay. The Destroy takes that through a DQ with the both being played by Ficus. So that means that I mean, what Ficus should have done is stopped playing immediately, and then they could have redone the match. I think that's the rules, but he didn't. I don't think he. I think I don't know. I'm not going to say it. So Destroy wins that. It counts as a regular win for Destroy. That means that Milloween cannot be played by Destroy anymore. I mean, there's always the potential of like a language barrier, maybe. But if something's banned and you don't know what it is, you've got to ask, right? You don't just roll the dice like that. Or do you? I mean, apparently you do. Okay. I mean, there can be a replay if the players decide, but, I mean, Vickers really needed to have noticed and stopped playing. Right, well, today's been an experience for sure. But we got through it. Okay, so 1-0 to Destroy. Best of 5. Destroy won with Milloween, so no Milloween for him. Tronvir, of course, has been banned mid-event due to reasons. Okay, let's see how Ficus adjusts his deck. If he switches up completely, plays something else, just changes it. But people make mistakes. The key is to not let it fester. You got to say, okay, I screwed that up. Let's put that out of my mind. Let's go again fresh. I just need to win 3 games. He had to win 3 games to start with. He still only has to go with 3 games. Yeah, the pool's going to happen. I mean, see, the thing is, I've only just, just before this match starts, that's when I get the bans. But the bans may have been done a while ago by the players and the admin, especially when they're in the second semi-final. So, as Destroy says, that delay can definitely affect things. Right, so hopefully we can get through this. How long have we been going? Okay, we're not at 5 hours yet, so we've had some delays for reasons, but they've been handled as quickly as possible. Some of the players historically take for ages between matches. Okay. Given the hurry up. Right, if you joined us late, this is the second semi-final. DSOO beat Set in the first semi-final. He's in the grand final. We've got Ficus against Destroy here in the second semi-final. Best of 5. Destroy is 1-0 up. Yes, typically an illegal deck results in a game loss for the offended player. Otherwise, you know, if you're saying it's up to the other person to decide, then it kind of puts a lot of awkward pressure on them. Right, game 2. Check the cards. Check the cards.
Duel.
Right. Ficus playing King Path. Isn't banned. A Kinlap isn't banned. Hopefully there's no Herald. Right, Destroy playing Volko, which is not a common one. And I'm disappointed if he's going to play Volko. I'm disappointed. Maybe he doesn't have the skin, but that new Volko skin from last season pass is super nice. But hardly anyone plays Volko, so we very rarely see that. Okay, so those headbutts being quite problematic by a Kinlap. Putting a bit of a hurting on the tower. Those bats are going to be annoying as well. One of them's raged. Must have picked that up from the bridge. Whoa. This is... Okay, nice block there. Jumps back. So that was the Ravenous... No, the Rabid Prowler. Which now only has regular rage, not Berserker rage. But it costs less to sacrifice. That's a lot of damage. The Shield Guard really does put out a lot of damage, especially when it's raged like that. Nice bridge switch. The Chain Lightning basically did nothing. Always risky to use a spell against King Puff on the bridge. Right, here we see the Prowler. We've seen the Prowler banned from tournaments for a while because it was bugged. Now it's fixed, and it is back, putting a hurting on Destroy's tower there. That statement is not true. May the Force be with you. Die mad. Right, there's an Ember at the bottom. It's going to get picked up. Right. Snake Druid locking down. Okay. Nice Impetus Blast. That's a lot of poison. Oh, nice Gong. Sacrifice on the Prowler. And Destroy needs to be careful because these cards can put a severe hurting out. Oh, that chain's going to shred through that. It's going to be on face. Nice chain. Oof, Destroy's dropping low HP. This might be too much. He needs to not take it. Oh my god, that last hit was so close from that Prowler. That bat being very annoying. Destroy running out of options when it comes to tower defense. Nice bridge switch, separating the attack up. Needs to be careful here, though, because that can be a lot of tower damage. That Prowler, though. Oh, the chain's a little bit too late. Probably because he didn't have the mana. But look at this. Suddenly he's on face. A Kinlep's going to push everything back and re-aggro. That's a top tip. Dies. It doesn't kill it. This is going to be Destroy's game. Oh, Destroy takes it 2-0. 2-0. Or leads 2-0. Whew. Okay, a few things happen there. Firstly, collision between units is a thing. If you play a unit on top of another unit, one of them's going to get pushed away. And what Ficus tried to do there is play a Kinlep on top of the aimbot, which would push the aimbot away, de-aggroing it from the tower, and then it would aggro on the Kinlep. Smart play, but the Arcane Bolt just removed it immediately. Okay. That was quite the game. Lots of damage all round. That Rabid Prowler putting a hurting all over the place. The Shield Guard was also kind of terrifying. Right. Destroy 2, Ficus 0. Best of 5. Winner faces Death Shoot in the grand finale. There are still some twists and turns to go. Right, if you haven't played Minions yet, this is a great time to get into it. Free DLC available. Check Xbox and Steam. And of course, the game's now available. Nerzel Take a Drink on mobile. Supported Android devices. Get it on the Play Store now. And yes, you can link your Steam account and your mobile account together. Xbox, not yet. And it's free to play. No Netflix subscription required. Right, we are awaiting game 3 here. Ficus against Set. Right. Game 3. Figures close this out.
Showtime!
Or not. Destroy closes out. Can Figures fight back? I'm saying things. Sorry, I was distracted helping someone out. Going to be a lot of damage coming out from that Rabid Prowler. Destroy playing Morelia though, so can heal. Not a huge amount, but if necessary, it can certainly help. See, there we see a Kinlap pushing the aimbot back. Aimbot's no longer a tower, it's on the Kinlap. That Golem though, he's got to switch that Golem away from a Kinlap. Look how small a Kinlap looks compared to that Golem. Looks pathetic, but that is a giant growth plus Spirited Golem at the top there. Thanks for the Prime sub! Much appreciated. You get a special emote and avatar in Minion Masters if you subscribe to me on Twitch. Send me a DM on Twitch and I'll send you the code. Okay, that Golem at the top's proving to be a problem at the moment. It's likely to hit face. No, it's going to hit some Blood Imps, but hitting a Blood Imp does less damage than it hitting face, so you might think that's insane, but it's not as insane as you think it is. Okay, Snake Druid being a pain at the bottom, locking that down, keeping that bridge blue for a lot longer than you were expecting it to be. And watch how much damage this guy does at the bottom. Taluk with the bonus from the poison. He really hits hard. Mobile is not available on iOS yet. Android was the release platform. If that goes well, then iOS should follow. He's got to be careful here. He's so low. Right, he's tanking this on face. He's trying to kill it quickly enough. He does have a heal. Has to be careful, though, because he needs to not mess up the heal. Doesn't go for the heal. Goes for the spirit. He should gong that. He's taking damage from that. He doesn't need to. I don't know why you wouldn't gong that. The only reason you wouldn't gong that is if you were holding up for some reason. Like, why would he not gong that and switch the bridge? I mean, he's done it now. We got there eventually. Kind of worked out, I guess. Right. The heal is great, and the removal of the Snake Druid is incredible. XP level, destroy, very low HP. Alright, we've got a Glenn's Brew as well that can be useful. I think he's going to switch this down to the bottom here. Decides not to. He's going straight for face. Oh, it does so much damage. It switches. He's healing this, but they might get a jump off. Oh, okay, it died. But destroy living dangerously. And that Snake Druid being a nightmare, locking down that big Golem at the top. DPS in it, but just holding it down. That's the biggest thing. Okay, Monkey should win at the bottom here with the support. No problem. Both players able to put out a lot of damage. Okay, the Golem hits in the pocket. Oh, this dog is going to be troublesome, though. It does have a spirit. Destroy wants to get his dragon out, but he can't really... Oh, he switched! Did Destroy misplay that? I feel like he wasn't quite ready for that. The dragon's coming, but it's going to be too late, I think. Oh, he doesn't get... Oh, it is too late. Right, Ficus fights back. Ficus fights back. Okay. That dragon was able to get out might have worked out. I feel like Destroy was taken a bit by surprise by that bridge switch. He put his stuff down to counter it at the bottom, then the bridge switch put everything at the top, and he didn't look like he was quite ready for it. Right, 2-1. Game on. Did Nerzel pass out from getting drunk? Right, so hopefully the players won't take too long, and we're getting to game 4. Can Ficus bring us back to 2-2, or can Destroy book himself into the final? Right, don't forget, if you sub to me on Twitch, you do get a special in-game avatar and emote exclusively for Minion Masters of the fish variety. Just drop me a sub, send me a DM, let me send you that code. Thanks so much for that Prime sub. D Gopez. Right, game 4 in this best of 5. Is Destroy going to close this out? Is Ficus going to force a decider? Let's find out!
Let's get this duel started. Let's duel.
Okay, here we go. Ficus switching to APEP, which is not banned. Like a very similar deck. Destroy putting a wall in there, maybe concerned about that Prowler, because remember the wall does do that return damage. Okay, there's the gong. Poison immediately gone. Blood Imps still do that weird flickering thing when they're taking damage, right? Not a massive fan of that chain. Didn't really achieve too much. So when you're using slithers... Okay, so that's a good chain, right? Because it kills the slithers, which makes the sacrifice more troublesome. But there is a slitherbound attached to the Prowler already, so it will basically sacrifice itself. Well, it sacrifices the... It just triggers itself, basically. And there's the wall, destroying the dog. Nicely done. If you don't know how this... Cool Slitherbind works. I've got a video on my YouTube that explains exactly how it works. Again, putting the pressure on here. I mean, that chain did quite a lot of work. Because healing that whole time back to full HP. Looks like that is a buffed. Did he pick up the shroom? Can heal puffs pick up shrooms? Look at that tanky heal puff. Right. Does the Rabid Prowler get a big jump off? It might do. Okay. Does it kill this monkey? It might do. No, it won't. Okay, that's good for Destroy. Tranquil Monkey's going to heal himself. Heal Puff's just been chilling there for ages. Monkey's probably going to need some help here because... yeah, that's nicely done. Okay. Musketeer survives.
Rise up and destroy.
Decent XP lead for Ficus though. So he'll be happy with how this is going so far. A Kinlap's going to start killing everything at the bottom. Talok has no poison support at the top, so his DPS is just his base DPS, not doubled. The Kinlap will absolutely fold. But that's a nice impetus blast. But it doesn't work out. It nearly worked out. Oh, he's going to get healed. And remember the... what is it called? The Immobilize is only 2 seconds from the Snake Druid now. So things very quickly get out of his clutches. Again, putting the pressure on with that chain. Destroy's eventually going to run out of HP. Yeah, all the arenas look great, I think. Maybe not the snow arena. I don't know about that. Chain lightning from Destroy. Right. Okay. Oh, he doesn't get the wall just in time, I don't think. I think it... did it hit the wall? I'm not sure. It worked out, though. But that's a good chain. That's a lot of poison. Can he kill it? He tried to. Maybe he did that a little bit early. It was very difficult timing, though. Because he needed to kill it just as it was about to hit him. Destroy's going to have a perk 3 dragon. Is it going to change anything? I don't know. Because look at the XP. Ficus is so far ahead. Dragon. Spirit. Giant growth plus spirit. Onto the Tranquil Monkey. But the problem is he's got everything at the top. But he's got a problem at the bottom. Doesn't want this dog to jump. It does. Oh my goodness. Just got a big hit off as it was dying. Chain lightning, remember, for Ficus. That's only 100 damage, so he's not in danger yet. But it's Mana Frenzy for Ficus. He can just out-cycle, I should think, the chain against the heal if necessary. It's probably not even going to be necessary. We're going to go 2 games all. There's the heal, a double heal, but it's not really going to make too much of a difference. That Prowler being troublesome. 2-2. Looks like Ficus has shaken off playing the banned card, losing a game because of that. And we go to a decider! Okay, it's getting serious. Okay. Trying to help someone else fix their problems with their install. Whilst we're doing this, multitasking, baby. Okay, 2-2. Who's going to be in the grand final with DSOO? Is it going to be Destroy? Find out. DSOO is waiting though. Right. I didn't eat enough biscuits. I'm still hungry. That's a problem for later. Now, we're going to see who's going to go into the grand final. Ficus or Destroy. Ficus is likely to play the same deck over and over again. We saw Set doing the same. We saw DSOO managing to come up with a strategy to counter that deck, force him into a change. Let's see if Ficus is going to switch things up here. Let's see if Destroy is going to try to counter what he thinks Ficus is going to play. So many possible outcomes, but only one of them will happen. I feel like there's been... I know we've had a couple of long delays, but I feel like in general, the delay between matches where players are just fucking around is just longer today than usual. It's happening! Yeah! It's game 5. Ficus 2, Destroy 2. Best of 5, first of 3. Winner takes all will go into the grand final. Okay. On our left, Ficus. On the blue team, playing Diona. On our right, on the red team, Destroy. Playing the red Apep. Not sure why we had the Kappa there. So, looks like Ficus playing the same deck. Destroy, not playing the same deck, but a Slither deck. What gets me with the delay, right, is some players will take forever to ready up between matches, and then they end up just queuing in with the same fucking deck anyway! Right, again, Destroy taking some damage there, but let's see what a Kinlap counters Ficus had. And this is a very Ficus kind of deck. The problem here is that a Kinlap... Sorry, do I keep saying a Kinlap? Our Moon is going to get too far ahead. Spirit goes in the wrong place. You don't want our Moon first there, but sometimes that's how it works out. Okay, that's a big heal from our Moon. And that's some good damage. That statue's still pretty healthy as well. Destroy can't easily shut that heal puff down because of that trap that's there.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Right. Trap eating a lot of the damage at the bottom there. Prowler's going to die to the poison, but not until it kills everything. And oh, it doesn't quite get on the bridge. That's so annoying. Big XP lead for Ficus. Put a lot of a hurting on Destroy as well, but Destroy has these pushes that can be kind of disgusting. The trap is on our moon. The statue goes down pretty quickly as well, though. There's the chain. Doesn't quite get the Armoon, so Armoon can still revive. Here come the slithers. Remember, it will sacrifice those to revive. The more it sacrifices, the more health it gets. There's a Snake Druid hidden in the corner there. Armoon is on face. One hit. Gets a full revive. This could be a lot of damage. It's going to be spun around by the Taunt Trap. Ficus has a heal puff as well. Both players have taken a lot of face damage, but Ficus has a solid XP lead. Hey, Miss Lady J, what's up? Kiki, how you doing? All the cute cards. Right. I mean, Ficus is in a strong position. He's going to have his perk 3, so he's going to have that extra trap, which is really going to help him deal with Destroy's pushes. Destroy's perk 3 is a while away, but once he gets there... it could turn it. Of course, the cards he gets from his perk 3 are going to be random, but they could be randomly good. They could also be randomly bad. So I feel like, again, that a Kinlap was played too far forward. You don't want a Kinlap getting aggro from the tower. You want the statue leading the line. And then a Kinlap just kills everything else. That's a lot of face damage, though. The Kinlap's heading face. Both players doing a lot of face damage. 17 HP. Destroy's going to lose this to a Slither, I think. And Ficus is into the grand final against DSOO. Very well played to both players. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to have Ficus against DSOO in the grand final. Right. BRB. Let's get ready to rumble! Right. Ficus against Destroy has just finished. Save that one. Ficus against DSOO is going to be the grand final. DSOO, the reigning champion. Can he make it 2 in a row? We're going to find out. Right. Okay, so what do we need to do first? We need to update the players' names on the screen and the score. 0-0. Grand final. Guys, this should be a good one. I'm wondering if this is going to go the same way as Set against DSOO, because Ficus plays the same kind of stuff as Set. DSOO countered Set eventually. Could be a similar outcome. Ficus could throw a curveball if he destroys... I read destroy and said that. Decides to play something completely different. So, we'll see. Of course, new bans for the players this round. So that can definitely change things up a lot. Very hard to ban against Deadshot, but we've seen Deadshot play Border Patrol a lot. That's been very strong. So that, I mean, that could be a good ban. But if you ban Border Patrol, then you leave other things that might be even more powerful open. So although the players have a lot of ban powers, they can't ban everything. Right. Get all your friends in here. Let's get some hype going. It's grand final time. Where's our hype button? We can do a bit of an air horn. We can do some clapping. Nice! Right, so let's have a look at the bands. Who's player one? Right, we've got Ficus as player one. Ficus has banned King Puff. He's just banned the same stuff as Set. I could have called it. Sapphire Pebble. Brothers of the Void. Get that right. And ATG Drone. You guessed it. And of course, DSOO's bans are APEP. Taluk. Again, I'm not sure about this Taluk ban, you know. Why not ban something better, like Armoon or something? Would love to discuss that with Deadshot. And High Inquisitor Ardera. Right. Okay, those are the bans. Let's get our players' spectates set up. Ficus is already there. DSOO is player 2. DSOO is going to be in the red trunks. Ficus is going to be in the blue trunks. They are currently just changing. Right, so DSOO's been waiting a little while for this. Ficus, of course, just comes out of a match. Right. I really wish they'd add a command to the Minion Masters Discord so it just tells people where to find their log file. I feel like there was an old one, but I don't know if it's correct or not. But I feel like I've typed this message to people trying to find their log file like a million times. Maybe I should just set up some kind of keyboard macro. Right, so we're just going to wait for this to start whilst we're helping others as well. Right. Right. Okay, it's grand final time. DSOO versus Ficus. So, we've got the bans, as you can see on the screen. So the players will take a moment to consider the bans and adjust their decks as appropriate. Right, here we go. It's grand final time. Let's get this on. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show started. Vicus in the blue corner, Valorian. DSOO in the red corner. Morelia nailed it. Looks like Vicus has switched things up. He's going for a Brothers of Light deck. DSOO looks fairly standard so far. Okay, is DSOO playing this sniper deck that was pretty good against Armoon, but Vicus is not playing Armoon. So I feel like Deadshot didn't ban Armoon because he wanted Vicus to play Armoon, and then he put the snipers in to counter that, but then Vicus has countered the counter and didn't play Armoon. He has the Spell Dancer, does Vicus, which is going to be great for removing the snipers. Also has a flyby as well. This is looking bad for DSOO to start with. Okay, Brothers come out. Vicus taking a little bit of face damage. Nothing too much to worry about. Brothers are going to split. They have their shields of light, armor of light, so they're going to pop, kill all the little stuff. Right, Bounty Sniper's alive, but there we see. Absolutely spell dance to death. That's a big golem, though. It's going to start spanking that. So XP's about the same. Okay, so Spirited Sniper, does it survive? Or it... Oh, I don't know. It looked like... I don't think it did. I think it just died on the last one. Vicus did waste his Searing Light on it, though. But he used 2 sniper counters on 1 sniper there, so DSOO may be able to get the Bounty Sniper out and get some value out of that before the next counters arrive. But, of course, there is the Spell Dancer, which is another counter for that. Here we go. Or he tried to play and save it, but that Spell Dancer is so strong. 5 of those shots, as we talked about earlier, that's going to get nerfed for sure. Right, Spirit on the Defenso, that's going to keep that alive for a while again. Does the Sniper survive this? No, he needed to get lucky. He didn't. This is a problem for DSOO, taking massive damage. I really do feel like he made the assumption that we were going to see another Armoon deck. And we didn't. And that's the power of, if you can change things up, you can really throw your opponent off. Right, Spirit coming on the big boy. Trying to get a Spirited Sniper as well. He's going to try to keep this alive. Sniper has a shield. This Bounty Sniper has a good chance of surviving. And it does. Okay, that could be huge. Deadshot needs to take this opportunity and keep it alive, though. Bounty Sniper is going to generate XP every time it gets a kill, which he's got a couple of so far. Here comes the flyby, and it's going to kill the sniper. Okay, well, the sniper got some value. Took a bunch of counters for it. Oof, the shield of light pop in there, killing the little guy in front of him. Right. Oh, that golem is just melting. This is a problem. He wanted the Spirit on the golem. He didn't get it. I think this might be the end of the game here. DSOO desperately trying to Bevalanche out of a very sticky situation. But how does he possibly survive this? And whilst he might be alive, I mean, it's not going to be for long. Going to take more damage from the flyby. Does it do enough damage? Doesn't quite do enough damage. There is the possibility for a heal. He did only get 1 heal there, though. He does have a dragon that could maybe save him, but he's so far behind on XP. This is just not going to work out, I don't think. Right, he's going to get a spirit here on the big boy. He wants the dragon so badly, but he's just trying to buy himself time so he can get the dragon down, I think. It's probably going to be coming here. Right. Oh, it's going to knock back, save some face damage. Okay. He lives for now. Dragon's tanking everything. But Mana Frenzy for Ficus basically now. How does he possibly survive? Does Ficus start flybying face? I feel like that could be a mistake. Since if Deadshot gets a bunch of snipers up, that could be a problem. So he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. Doesn't have to change anything. Keep the snipers shut down. Just get at least one bridge locked down. Get that extra XP. Get that extra mana in Mana Frenzy. There we go. See, he doesn't want to play into that dragon at the bottom. He knows he just has to hold the top bridge. If he's in Mana Frenzy and he has one bridge, he has more mana than his non-Mana Frenzied opponent. So that's all he needs to do. And there's no way that Deadshot's going to be able to hold on here. Dragon not doing too much, locking down that bottom bridge. Ficus is taking the first game here against DSOO. Oh, the mind games are real. The snipers can be really strong in certain situations. That was not one of them. Okay, Ficus strikes first. What are we going to see next? Is Ficus going to switch back to the Armoon deck and then Deadshot's going to switch away from the sniper deck? Ah! I don't know. I can't wait to see, though. Right. This is exciting. Did I forget to do a thing? A prediction? Probably. It's too late now. It started, right? I've got too many things to do. Right. What's going on with my game? I feel like my game... Feels like it's stuck coming out. Okay, let's fix this quickly before they go into the next match. It might fix itself, but we haven't got time to wait. Okay, doesn't look like they've gone into the game yet, so we should be okay. Everybody relax. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Completely fine. I think. Right, sorry, just having some problems with my game, trying to restart it. Sure we'll get there. Right. I believe we're okay. Thanks, DSOO. Right, okay, we're back. We didn't go anywhere, but we're back from nowhere. If you just joined us, it's grand final time. Ficus against DSOO. Yeah, there is kind of something weird with the dragon where it walks forward a little bit instead of attacking. especially when it gets stunned or taunted or something. Don't know if it's a bug or a feature.
Give me those viewers, fighters.
Definitely been about for a long time though. Yes, Mickey, I'm very old. I need to stretch my limbs, correct. Right. Okay, Ficus playing Ravager, Rage, I don't want to say Rage, or Aggro. Aggro deck. DSOO is not. Let's have a look here. DSOO has the Zip Zapinator, which could be huge. Okay, Doomcleaver gets 2 kills, which means it just equals the same as a regular cleaver. But it does kind of allow you to bank a bit of mana, right? Right, here we go. Zip's going to shut this down. Zip might be... Okay, I'm going to call this. Deadshot's going to win this. He's got Zip. He's got bear traps, taunt traps, stuff like that. I think he's going to win this. Okay, pulls this down with the taunt traps so the Zip gets involved. Nicely done. He would wish to have a spell that does damage to air, though. Like that crystal. Okay. Is he going to prove me wrong? Okay, Rammer gets a hit off before he dies. Normally... Okay, the Whelp getting aggro there was quite good for DSOO, because that Whelp does a lot of damage. Normally, it's everything else apart from the Brutus that's the problem. Okay, DSOO survives this first push. He is playing Diona, of course, so Ruffles healing is possible. Trying to shut. Oh, that's a good shock rock. Gets a lot of value. Oh, he really wanted to get that cleave. Oh, the cleaver does die. Okay, that's good. Deadshot's going to have the bridges for a while. XP is going to be good. Being ahead on XP just delays that perk 3 push. Gives you longer to get into the game and either close the game out against Ravager or at least be in a stronger position. Okay, oh, this is going to pop and kill everything, I think. He's trying to keep it alive. Oh, the Bevalanche kills it. Right. Oh, the trap, though. Okay, the taunt trap. That was a big explosion there from the resonating blast crystal. Right. Those red orbs, of course, blood pack damage going from the blood pack minions. In this case, the brutish betrayer. If it goes 1-1, then we'll do a prediction. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Again, shutting down that Doomcleaver is massive. Okay. In comes the next push. Bats being a pain there, killing all the little swarmers. Oh, this is a lot of damage. Does Deadshot hold on? This just goes to show how strong these aggro decks are, even though Deadshot's got all of the tools really that he wants. Maybe the Bevalanche is not exactly what he wants here, but the rest of his deck seems great to deal with it. He's still struggling. Right, both players very low. Again, trying to shut down that Doomcleaver as much as possible. Just minimizing how much value it can possibly get. Right. Deadshot doesn't survive. Might not survive this. Probably will. He's got the trap there. Okay, he's got a lot of traps to deal with this. Ooh, okay, he was patient there. Right, does he go in? He's got a trap here. He's got a taunt trap as well if he needs it. Okay, Deadshot's going to take this. Okay, I was right that Deadshot won, but goodness me, did he have to work for it. He had a lot of the perfect tools to deal with that. He did a great job to shut that down, though. 1-1. Oof. Okay, I called it. I called it early, and I was right. Just. Yeah, we haven't seen Setsu a lot. And of course, Setsu gets a lot of hate for being OP AF, but then we never see her in tournaments. Right, we can do a prediction, but I can't start it until that match is finished. Otherwise, it will kind of spoil it, because I said I was going to do it at 1-1. So, means we have to wait and try not to mess it up. Do it at the right time. Prediction. Okay, Ficus won this one. Wait. Why does it say 0% on the... Right. Start prediction. Who will be the champion? Ficus? No. Ficus or DSOO. Okay, we'll start that when the match finishes on the screen. Right. Yep. I don't think there's definitely a lot of decks, a lot of masters that Deadshot could have played that wouldn't have done such a good job against those rammers. The traps really help out a lot. If he had the Resonating Blast Crystal instead of Bevalanche, I feel like that would have helped more. Because of the stuff in the air that was always kind of the problem. The Bevalanche doesn't touch, although it does slow the rammers down. So, what do you think? Swings and roundabouts. Okay, did the match finish on the stream yet? I see some GGs, which suggests maybe. Yep, looks like it. Okay. Let's start this prediction wherever it is. Not here. Okay, 1-1. Right, here we go. Game 3. 1-1.
Duel.
Right, Armoon. Did DSOO play a counter deck for Armoon? The Zip is in there, which is going to help for sure. Oof, they nearly dodged the Grenadier's hit there. Okay, so Ficus is playing Pebble. Pebble was banned by Ficus, right? No Pebble ban for DSOO from DSOO, right? Okay, does that monkey survive at the bottom? It looks like it's going to. Okay, the heal killed it. Bear Blanche is not going to do enough here with that spirit. Thanks for the follow. The only way to get the decks, unfortunately, is to just watch the VOD and write down the cards. Okay, Vickers having a strong XP lead to start with here. Okay, those Swarmers are going to be enough. Vickers burning mana, and I feel like this something does quite a lot. Okay. Zip should be able to shut down that Armoon without issue.
My armies are unending.
Okay, nice Shock Rock should win this trade, and ultimately the bridge. Yeah, but I think Diona handles that way better than anyone else. Okay, 16 XP behind. Why is that monkey at the top not picked up one of those shrooms? Sure, they were there for him to pick up. Not a huge thing, but a little frustration. Okay, he needs to be careful he doesn't mishandle this Armoon.
Bring me servants for my armies.
Right. Wasn't even close to mishandling. Both players play Morelia, so there will be dragons. And generally in the Morelia versus Morelia matchup is, especially if it's close, you don't want to play your dragon first, because your opponent will just play theirs defensively, kill it with the support of the Masters and stuff, and then have a disgusting counter push. Deadshot's going to be putting a hurting on Vickers here. That's a lot of face damage. Goes for the heal. Forces the Armoon's sacrifice. His monkey's going to heal at the bottom there. That's big. Both players are... Well, Vickers is a little ahead. He does have his perk 3. Is he going to play his dragon first? I feel if he does, it's going to be a mistake. There it is. Okay, let's see. He's going to play the dragon deep. Deadshot, all Deadshot's going to do here is try to keep that dragon busy over that side of the field for as long as possible. Try to catch up on XP. Doesn't have the traps like he would with Diona, of course. Oh, if that dragon had aggroed back on that monkey, I think he would have been really happy with it. But Zip could potentially just nuke this dragon. Watch these swarmers eat this dragon. This dragon is just going to melt. That's massive. Okay. New players, if you ever wonder how to kill a dragon, there you go. Okay, so Deadshot still behind on XP. Can't afford to fall too much further behind. The problem is, if he plays his dragon defensively, then he's going to give a lot of the field position away, which means he's going to probably lose even more XP. 15 behind. Because you see the screen flashing then. Oh, that could be a mistake. Vickers has played into the Zip. Oof. Just about survives with the revive. Vickers on 666 HP. That's the second time we've seen that today. But again, the Armoon dies. Okay, dragon's out. He plays it forward. He knows he needs that XP. He doesn't care if that dragon does face damage. If it does, great, but he just needs to lock that bridge down. But Stint grabs it from behind. Lone Scout says, no, thank you. If he gets dragon on face, it could be a problem. Dragon's on face. Vickers is low HP. How can he kill that dragon before it kills him? Spoiler, he can't! DSOO's taken this 2-1. And that was the tale of two dragons. Ficus's dragon did nothing. I did say whoever spawns their dragon first is probably going to have made a mistake. And I think I was right. Ficus's dragon did nothing. But to be fair, DSOO did have great counters for the dragon. Zip locked it down. Shockrock in there as well. Activated Ravenous Swarmers. Their DPS is off the chisel. Right, and then we see a typical Morelia game where the dragon can change things. Not always, as we saw, but Deadshot's dragon was just disgusting. I feel like Ficus did misplay a little bit, getting that Armoon in front of the Zip. Even if Zip is aggroed on face, if you play stuff in front of it, it can still hit them, which is kind of different to how aggro normally works, but it's the way Zip does his sort of multi-attack. Where it will hit a main target, and then if you've more Zap powered it up, it will look for a secondary target, I think. And that's why it can re-aggro. I think it will always be aggroed. I don't know if it will always be aggroed with its main Zap on tower. But yeah, you definitely want to play behind it. It is a scary thing. And I think we will say it again, Zip was probably the MVP in that game. We saw Zip being really powerful against the Rammer strat. And again, we saw Zip here just nuke that dragon with a few friends for support. Zip, when it's powered up, does do a lot of damage, but of course it does, especially against a dragon like that, just stun locks it for a good while. Okay, 2-1. Deadshot, the reigning champion, is one match away from repeating his previous victory. I think DSOO's probably the overwhelming favourite right now, but we've definitely seen Ficus get a lot of victories today, take a lot of scalps. Is DSOO going to be the next one, or is it going to be one too many? Okay, so just a little bit of downtime while the players figure out what they're going to do. I do feel like DSOO is going to play something similar. That Zip has been so powerful, and I can't see him swapping that out for something else. But let's see. Remember, with the Conquest rules, once you win with a Master, you can no longer play that Master in the match. So, Deadshot got a lot of value out of Diona. Out. Morelia. Out. Tronvir is banned. Ficus has banned his King Puff as well. So, probably going to see an APEP, I think, from DSOO. Let's see. Right.
Masters, get dueling.
Right, here we go. Game 4. Can DSOO close this out? Can Ficus fight back? Ficus is playing a future deck. He's rolling the dice. His first future past has given him a lightning bolt. He's not going to get much value from that. And the problem is, being a future, is he can't hold on to it. He needs to use it and move on to the next one. Might just do it now. That's fine. So the way the futures work is they give you a different card each time. There's like maybe 7 and then it starts repeating itself. Deadshot's playing Demon Warrior. Did get a buff in the last patch. Does more damage. Remember that Demon Warrior gets twice as powerful from the 4th time onwards. Because playing both futures. So needs a little bit of luck. Deadshot getting a boomer from his perk. Has another boomer in his deck as well. Right, there's the future. This time it gives him a ting. Remember, the futures are a late game strat. You invest your mana early, and then you get discounted cards throughout the game. So the longer the game goes on, the more value you get from it. But early on, you are a little bit at your opponent's mercy. Okay, that was a quick trap. How do we like this boomer? How do we like this boomer? Okay. Doesn't matter who it hits, it's going to take everything out. Right, so you can see number 2 on top of the Demon Warrior there. That's your counter. When that gets to 4, Demon Warrior's got twice the HP and twice the damage. So that's a power spike for DSOO. As I suggested, he is playing APIP against Diona. Taking some damage here. Oh, Ficus really wanted to keep that reboomer alive. Right, Demon Warrior number 3. It's not Demon Warrior of old, where she gets 3 times as big. It's only twice as big now, but you get it after 4 turns instead of 6. And it's not like Demon Warrior of very, very old, where she would get bigger and bigger every time you used her. The card has gone through some changes for sure. Nice Taunt Trap at the bottom. Vicker's doing a good job holding these bridges at the moment. Okay, that statue... This could be a little bit of a problem. The statue plus Scotty. Snake Druid locks down the Demon Warrior. Gets out of that quickly. Okay, that boomer's going to pop. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, there shouldn't be too much damage in the end there. Right, so we can see the activated Demon Warrior does get to face, gets a big hit off. So, of course, because the Demon Warrior is a powerful card and it gets powered up when you use it more often, then you want it to be in a cheap cycle deck, as we can see here. It doesn't need to be insanely cheap like it used to be, because getting to 6 took ages, but getting to 4 is pretty easy. And we can see now it's getting to face. Colossus, that's going to be from the future. Could be problematic, let's see. He has the breath as well. Not an amazing pull, but again, you just can't hold on to it because you're delaying your next potentially better pulls. Okay, that breath's going to kill that Chisma. Stint takes the bottom bridge for DSOO, takes it back. Nice! Oh, that's a beautiful play from Deadshot. Kept everything running for the longest time and took the bridge. Really nice play. We've seen some top plays today from Deadshot. The black hole earlier, that Screaming Scrat there. Really well done. Screaming Scrat is a powerful card that most people will just completely mess up. Okay, Ficus having to use his traps defensively. That's not really what he wants to do. Taking damage here. Ruffles goes down. No extra mana. XP still level. This one is close, guys. He won't fancy dealing with that Colossus again, but he won't have to for a while. Okay, this is looking bad for Ficus right now. Having to try to take the bridges, but he's taking a beating on his face. Phrasing didn't seem amazing then. Right, Deadshot's ahead on XP. He's been behind the whole time, but now he's ahead on XP. Oh, those snipers could be annoying to deal with, but they are on the bridge. They are in danger already. You put that taunt trap in the middle, which means it doesn't support either of them, unfortunately. Okay, this is going to be a real race to Mana Frenzy. Lightning Bolt, he really wanted to get the Demon Warrior with that. Didn't. He can't... Oh yeah, that Bear Trap's lucky for Ficus there. But Deadshot's going to get Mana Frenzy first, and if he can flood the bridges here, then Ficus is not going to be able to come back. Is Deadshot going to be the champion again? Both players are at Mana Frenzy, but the bridges are red, and that means DSOO is going to have a lot more mana. Ficus is very low HP as well, which means he has to defend his face. He can't put the pressure on the bridges, which means he might survive this attack, but then the next one's going to kill him. Next Demon Warrior is out. This is looking bad for Ficus. More face damage from the spell. Deadshot. This is the beginning of the end for sure. That's a nice jump. But he just doesn't have the tools to stop this. Deadshot's going to be the champion. Deadshot is the champion. Ficus really put on a good fight in the end there. That final game was close. Okay, Deadshot did it. It's been a day for him, but he's got through there. Hopefully we can have a chat with him, see what's going on. Very well played to Ficus. Really pushed Deadshot all the way. We know Deadshot is such a fierce competitor. He doesn't agree he's back to his best, but he's playing very, very well at the moment. And that last game was very close. Just getting to Mana Frenzy first. Whew. Okay, we're going to have a chat with DSOO. See how his day went. Because it's been somewhat eventful. If you missed any of the action, don't forget you can follow it along on YouTube. It'll be up there from tomorrow. We just hit 2,500 subscribers, so that's really awesome. Thanks for everyone following along there. We also have lots of Minion Masters related content. Right, so what do we need to do? We need to speak to Mr. Shooty. Okay, let's just enjoy the silence while we can, because Deadshot will talk a lot. And we have some stuff to talk about. If you've got any questions in the chat that you want to ask to DSOO, please let him know. Now, I know that today's event went on a little longer than normal. We did have some situations, but we got through it. Yep, Money, you came back right at the end. Okay, let me do the prediction results while I remember. Yeah, there was a lot of waiting today, unfortunately. We had some issues. Players seem to be freaking slow as well, for no real reason. Oh, he is, okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Oh,
First try.
DSOO!
Hello.
Okay, let me turn you up a little bit.
Alright.
Hey. Right, congratulations! Back-to-back Knights Duel winner. How do you feel?
Yes. Good, good. A few rocky moments to say the least, but got there in the end, so very happy with my performance.
Yep, so we know that you had trouble against a Tronvir, discovering a bug that nobody else seemed to have ever seen, which... I don't want to talk too much about the bug, because I don't really want people to know what it is in case it is abusable, but
Right.
based on what you know about it, do you and how that game was going, do you think that changed that game very much, or do you think that was just a bug that didn't really change much?
It definitely gave me a loss versus Ficus in the Swiss bounds.
So you had the problem earlier as well?
No, that's the first time I ported it, is in the Swiss rounds
Oh
versus
yeah, it
Ficus.
was. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And it was a very close game. You could say similar to this one that we just had, where Mana Frenzy was, on the edge for both players. And about 3 times since perk 3, he got the triple rune buff.
Wait. We were not talking about like how it happened, right?
But in joking, of course. Obviously, I was a joke, and I'm just throwing them off the scent, and I wouldn't ever,
But it was definitely something that affected the game.
some sort of bug that I'm not at liberty to speak about and would not mention, of course.
But the good news
Had
is
occurred.
that now we found a new bug that can be fixed and it won't happen again.
Totally. Yeah,
It was kind of a little
yeah.
strange. I don't want to shit talk too much. It was kind of a little strange that Ficus didn't notice it. But these things happen.
Yeah, it's. I thought it kicked me out of the top 4 because I was 3-2, and I figured at that point it'd be a tiebreaker at best, and I was pretty upset. I'll be honest, not like raging, but like I felt like it was I felt cheated, But all that matters in the end is that I still was in the top 4, so it didn't actually affect my placement at the end of the day, which is a big relief to say the least.
Yep. And I don't want to dwell on the bugs. We know the game is so much better than it was a few months ago, but there are still a few annoying things. And you had that bug where your corpses don't despawn, which ultimately tanks your FPS. Was that a situation that affected you a lot? Was it frustrating? How low was your FPS? Could you play properly?
Well, the longer the match went on, the worse it got.
Yep.
So it wasn't that bad for the first half, but in the last 2 minutes, it was very, very hard to properly place units. I like to be very accurate with my unit placement. There's a lot of tiny details that can affect the match, and it was so hard to be precise. And then it was also frustrating, so it probably messed with my head as well.
Yeah.
But still, did end up winning that set versus set, and I don't know. I feel like this is karma, because I talked about how bugs had barely ever caused problems for me. Now here we are.
So
But
that's the bad stuff. Let's talk about the good stuff. So there were a
yes.
few really good plays you did. There was a black hole play that you did against Set, I think, where you predicted he was going to try to kill your prop scrats with his impetus
Yeah.
blast. And not only did that keep them alive, they then went on and did kind of massive damage. Is that situation one where you can react to the impetus blast, or are you kind of predicting it and then just crossing your fingers?
It's definitely a prediction, and there's no way to catch impetus reactionally, because it's I think a half a second spell delay, plus the fact there's zero visual, aside from maybe the wind moving at the master tower, but I for one don't have the reaction time to respond to that. So it was a catch, and I was, obviously that was a big play for me, and I was thinking about how I was going to go forward there, and he did a very good job not playing Akinlet until I put down my taunt totem. However, he did not keep in mind the fact I had a second one. And so that right there got in, they brought him down to what, 100 HP, something like that?
Yep.
And it's easy to finish spells with spells at that point.
There was also another black hole play that didn't ultimately really achieve too much in the grand scheme of things, but you black holed when, I don't know if it was said again, tried to bridge switch, and you black holed the units so they didn't switch, didn't take the bridge, didn't get the night puffs, which was a nice play, but I don't think ultimately you won that game. But that was another nice play.
So, but I did have a great time stopping perk 3 pushes with that matchup, but I messed one up pretty bad. Because each time he was trying to build up for his perk 3 swap, I was trying to bait him with either Black Hole or Bear Avalanche to kill the units before he swaps. And there was one time where I Bear Avalanche too early, so he didn't swap yet. And it's possible he was keeping in mind that I Bear Avalanche, but either way, I did Bear Avalanche too early, and it let him have his perk 3 swap, with just other units. I don't know if that would have been a deciding factor, but I definitely was making some misplays throughout this tournament. There's also like an impetus I didn't mean to play, and other things. So it was a bit rough, but it's okay. I still loved the tournament though, and I like that Destroy got the top 4. That was cool.
There was also a really nice play you did with the Screaming Scrat on the Colossus in that last game against the Future deck, where you spun the Colossus round and the Screaming Scrat just lasted long enough to grab the bridge. That was a really nice play, especially I assume that the Screaming Scrap was from a perk as well, so it's just the card that you're like, oh, suddenly I've got this, let me see what I can do with it.
There definitely was luck there. Like, I did not know the perfect position to place it. I just did the best I could, and luckily it did work.
It did.
But even since Screaming Scrat's gotten out, changes, I haven't played it very often, so I'm not familiar with the explosion timer and all that. So I didn't know if it was going to work out, but it was perfect. So that was quite nice.
So we saw, I was just going to say, we saw you against Set earlier, and we saw how you kind of crafted a counter deck to his Armoon stuff with your snipers and then the zip, I think. And then that kind of forced him out of his comfort zone, and he went for that aggro tech with the rammers. That was kind of interesting to see. And then we saw kind of the same sort of thing against Ficus, where you played your sniper deck to counter what you expected him to play, and then he played something totally different.
Oh, that match. Yeah, that match was horrendous. I don't think I could have won that. Flyby, Valorian, and also the Spell Weaver. I mean, there was just so many ways to stop my snipers.
Not only did he play stuff that was not good for your snipers to be against, he played all the counters to kill it. So that was a funny one to see, because obviously he played something completely different to what you expect, and I think it's important. I think that really shows how important it is to be flexible and not predictable, because otherwise you do fall into the trap where you can get quite easily countered.
The deck he was playing, it didn't particularly worry me though. So after I lost that match, I just thought to myself that there's no way I'm trying the sniper deck again, because if I get caught in that scenario, it could throw me the tournament. It could throw the tournament. So I knew the sniper deck was out of the works. I wasn't going to try that again. So I kind of just stuck with my generic anti-slither deck, and I knew that if I faced what he played that first game, it would have still had good odds to win that. So I was just okay with it. And that Ravager game that he played with the Rammers, it was pretty close. It was closer than I intended.
I felt like you were going to be fine, because you were Diona, you had Zip, you had the Bear Avalanche, which the Crystal might have been better than the Bear Avalanche in that matchup, but it felt like you had a lot of counters, but it was still very close.
Yeah, I did make one mistake there on the second to last Rammer push, because I wanted to use Ravenous Swarmers with Taunt Totem, but I forgot about Arcane Rain, so half of them died immediately. Once I placed down that counter, because I knew it was going to do a double Rammer push, and I thought I could take one of them out. I did mess it up. If I waited, I probably could have positioned them perfectly, and then they would not have been hit by the Arcane Rain. And that one push right there, plus his perk 1 Brutish push, I was not expecting that to be so impactful. Once he got that Dragon pack on face with the Brutish.
Because he had a lot of air units that were difficult for you to deal with in that, and that's where the Blast Crystal would have helped you a lot. But then at the end, I was just going to say, at the end, you really took the opportunity to quickly, you cycled your totem, which looks suicidal against the Rammer's stuff, to get to your flyby quickly to finish the game. And that was, you either win or you lose on that play, I think.
I'm pretty sure that was the set game, but but yes, I'm pretty sure it was the set game.
Yeah, that was against
Fiona
set,
versus...
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I know people think that's stupid. It kind of is.
I mean, it worked
but
out.
Yeah, I love playing with my HP. I feel like both games kind of went the exact same way, where you see me end up with like 500 or less hit points left, and then it's a win. And both times I felt very secure. There was one moment, and that was when Ficus had his brutish push with that dragon back, and I did not expect that. Outside of that one moment, I felt in control for both games with what I was playing. It's just a matter of management for my health. And I think
it's
I'm pretty
a
decent.
great tip for new players is using your health as a resource. It's something that a lot of the new players are terrified at doing, right? They'll do everything they can to prevent any sort of tower damage.
Yeah.
And of course, then you start getting a bit loose with playing, and then you start losing more than you should. So use it as a resource. Yeah. Don't waste it, and don't run out of it, basically. Destroy in the chat says, why is Zip the best card in existence? Zip felt like an MVP on definitely had a couple of matches for you.
He's pretty much, I mean, I don't think he's the best card in the game, to each their own, but he is pretty much unstoppable because he's got so much health at like 400, 450. So it makes him so reliable versus potential Herald decks. And the Rammers, I wasn't trying to counter that, but it's the same situation where he has no way of killing it. So every time I'm able to rely on it as an answer. With a double Rammer push, they still get in some hits, but I don't think there was ever a Rammer push that got in like more than 4, and then usually they got 2 or 3. So I was very comfortable with my defense there.
So
would you like me to go over?
No, go on.
Would you like me to go over what I think was some of the highlights of the tournament?
Yeah, sure.
I got some insight.
Did they all involve you?
Well, I think so. I meant like, for my gameplay, but
okay.
So, Seth specifically...
Would you like to pick a player of the day?
Well, probably the person who got first.
Who was that?
I don't know. He's new.
Some guy.
But... So, that Slither deck that Seth's been using for months is, without a doubt, the #1 thing I had to think about throughout this tournament. And I, after losing to him in the Swiss, I decided that the best way for me to handle it would be to bait him into playing Herald. And I don't mean to sound like I'm some mastermind here, but once I banned Akenlep in the semifinals, I already knew what he was going to do. And it's sort of like when you have a player who's predictable, I kind of like herded him into what I wanted him to do.
Yeah, because then you played the Defenso, didn't you?
Yeah. Yes, I played the Defenso. I think I got a loss versus him, and then I switched Defenso in. And then after that, it's just kind of consistency, because I like to change up my decks all the time, but when you face someone who plays the same deck over and over again, you kind of have to do the same thing once you find a solid answer.
Yeah.
So I was pretty proud of how that turned out. And I think mind games are pretty important here. Like, I think Ficus and Set's weakest point in just the strategy is they don't really have mind games. I think it's very easy to know what you're going to face, and that just gives a lot of opportunity for the other player, which is what I try to utilize.
And just to clarify, we did see you play a Rocket Scrat, which of course is a banned card. Can you confirm, was that from an APET perk, or was it in your deck?
Of course, it was from an APET perk. I did not accidentally play any banned cards this tourney.
Okay.
Oh, nor was I about to. I was very aware of what they banned. Unlike poor Ficus in that first game versus Destroy.
That's one thing we see quite a lot of players falling foul to playing banned cards. What do you think is the cause of that? It seems like so simple on the surface to just check your deck and make sure none of the banned cards are in it. But we see over and over again people fall foul to that.
I think it kind of depends on if you're being distracted by anything. Me personally, the last tournament, I streamed it and I accidentally played a banned card in one of my games. It could be real life stuff that's keeping you distracted, but also I think the biggest factor is probably just that once you're done with band, your brain kind of like moves on to planning,
Yeah.
and it's possible to just forget everything you just read, and kind of like move on. Like, all right, I'm gonna do this plan, and then you just
It's
throw in a band card,
it's like
oblivious to everything.
when you check your watch to see what the time is, and then someone says, "What's the time?" and you have no idea.
Yeah,
It's just in
right,
one
right.
ear. Destroy made a good point. It's like sometimes when you're the second semi-final, you may have done your bands quite far ahead of time, so there's been quite a wait to wait before your match. So that's where it can definitely exacerbate the just forgetting about what you've just discussed kind of thing. Who do you feel was your biggest contender today? Who did you struggle the most against?
Vegas put up a lot more of a fight than I was like hoping. I was hoping that I didn't think I was gonna lose him in the Swiss, if I'm being completely honest. But then I faced him in there. He took me out 2-0. Certain matters aside. So I would say it was Vegas who gave me the most trouble. Set, he and I did face each other twice, just like I faced Vegas twice, and it was pretty close. But by the time we got to the grand finals, I had this very, very planned out idea of what I wanted to do, which is what I said earlier. Kind of just directing him into playing Herald is what I wanted.
Yeah.
And since that worked out, I was fully confident in winning that set.
Did we just hear one of your toys in the background?
No. Maybe. No, you didn't. But I think that Destroy had a very unfortunate upset. Like, he was up 2-0 versus Ficus. And then Ficus did have the reverse sweep. So I think I was actually expecting to face Destroy in the finals, and I messaged him before the best of 5 got started, and we were actually gonna like coordinate a bit and play like meme decks in the grand finals if he made it. But that did not end up happening, sadly. It would have been entertaining.
You might have got yelled at by a certain fishy.
And it wasn't that bad. The idea was we'd take turns picking 3 cards and that both players have to build around.
Okay.
And I think it would have made for good content,
One thing I haven't mentioned at all during today's stream is that Minion Masters is now available on mobile. If you've got a compatible Android device, you can play it there, and you can link your Steam to that to use the same account. Have you tried that yet, DevShoot? Do you have an Android device? Is it compatible? Have you tried it?
I do have an Android, but I have not tried mobile. I might later on. For me personally, it's like Minion Masters isn't something I really play on the go.
Yeah,
'Cause I don't know. I guess you could say I take it pretty seriously. So when I'm playing, I want it to be at my setup.
Yeah.
But I could see myself, I don't know, at work on my break, being like, what, I want to board some kids.
There's definitely there's definitely some situations where people are going to be able to get a good lot of use out of it on their phone. It does work really nicely, as long as you've got a good, proper device. Yep.
I think it really bolsters the opportunity for a bigger player base, because just because someone's playing the game doesn't mean they have to be competitive, and that means you could just be a mobile player and all you want to do is play randoms or play solos, and that's just great for the game because suddenly you got a bigger player base, and that's really all that matters. Is we need to just grow. Minion Masters just needs to grow.
We've seen the Steam players like quadruple over the last week, which is awesome. That's been on the back of the free DLC stuff and the mobile launch. Who knows how much of that has caused that, but always great to see. We don't know how many people overall are playing, but there's lots more people playing on Steam. Xbox, hopefully people are playing there. Mobile, there's definitely a lot of people downloading it and checking it out on mobile, so that's great. The cross-platform thing is, for me, it's great. A lot of people are going to, I think, experience it on mobile where previously they wouldn't if they couldn't use their original Steam account there as well. So I think that's great. Of course, we don't have the barrier to entry with a Netflix subscription anymore, so it's completely free to play. And of course, we got full cross-platform stuff. So we've even had a match today. Destroy, I think, played it. He said he played against someone who was also on their phone.
Yeah.
So
does that mean when you're on mobile, you can see other people who are also on mobile? Because I still think it's really weird how PC players can't see what device other players are playing on, but on like every other system, you can see. And it'd be cool if that was added. It's just a nice thing to know. It's just interesting to know.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense why Xbox would have that. If you look at a game on Xbox, there's a little icon next to the player's name to tell you if they're on Steam or Xbox or I guess ultimately mobile. What for some reason PC never had that, and it doesn't really make any sense why one platform would have that. You can
feel like
kind
it
of
also-
tell by clicking on their name. It'll tell you if they're
Yeah.
Steam or not Steam.
But I think it also added to the tournament experience because that way, you know, if we have like an up and comer who's on Xbox or mobile, and then you can just see that, and it makes it all the more interesting to track their progress of the tournament because you want to see if on that other platform they're going to be a high performer. And if we get one of those, it'd be nice to have that variety and to be able to keep an eye on it.
I mean, the thing is, right, we talk about cross-platform tournaments. I don't think it's even possible to run a single platform tournament anymore because there's no easy way to tell what platform people are playing from.
Mm-hmm.
So you say,
even if you did,
yeah,
even if you did run it and there were icons, people would probably still try and join other platforms just because they want to participate. So it'd be this awkward, we're starting games, this guy's not on the right platform, but then what, you just kick him from the tournament? I mean, it's just awkward.
yeah. If you could do it, it might be cool to have like a mobile-only tournament because you know there's always going to be the argument about can mobile players play to the top level. You kind of alluded to that earlier. You said you wouldn't be able to play to the same level as if you were on PC, and you know, with the great thing about cross-platform is everyone can play together, but it's not necessarily a completely level playing field. But
I do think you can be a very high performer on mobile though, because I used to play Clash Royale and I even picked it up over the years just to like feel it out again. And it is the thing people often compare to Minion Masters, and just after playing Clash Royale from being a top player in Minion Masters, I can confidently say I think it's very, very possible to be a good player and to transfer that skill or to build up that skill on mobile. I think the biggest thing that hits you is really precision plays where you want to like be super specific with where your unit goes, because it's just hard to tell exactly where that's going to go on such a small screen when you're just using your finger.
yeah,
Same with spells.
because I always think about the Fortnite experience, and you think, how can a console player on a controller possibly compete with a mouse and keyboard player in an FPS? But my God, you see some of these top players on their controller, they are insane. And that's got to be way more intricate and difficult than just using your thumbs on a screen. So I can definitely see people being pretty damn decent on their phone for sure. So that's exciting to look forward to going forwards.
There are a couple of things I would like to highlight before wrapping this up, if that sounds good to you.
Yeah, of course.
Border Patrol. I don't think it's overpowered. I wanted that to be clear. I do not think Border Patrol is like sweeping the meta or that it's like ridiculously strong. Personally, I think that the only reason Border Patrol takes over the meta is when other crystal cards are so strong that you can just build crystal decks, and Border Patrol is just a part of it. The way that I've been using it, and I'd like to say I've seen it a lot more on ladder since last month's tournament. I mean, it's been played pretty frequently, I'd say, but it's very stoppable, I do believe, because that Arcanist in the back is an extremely vulnerable unit, and I know it can get shield, but nowadays, maybe 3 years ago, that shield's a big issue. But Minion Masters nowadays, there's just a ton of spells that don't give a damn about shield, and it's very easy to get through that. And I just hate to see the card get back to 7 mana.
This really sounds like you're using a card that's got you to the top of the leaderboard, and you're desperately trying not to get it nerfed.
I don't want to get nerfed because I like it, not because I think it's busted. I just don't want it to go away, because that's what's going to happen if I were to try and guess. I feel like it's going to get nerfed and then no one's going to play it, and I'm really wanting to avoid that. That's what I'm, that's my 2 cents.
How do you feel about being top of the leaderboard, joining a tournament, and then JF has been laddering while you've been offline and getting to number 1?
I did not try and get number 1 on the leaderboard. It's just, these things just happen, man. I don't know. It's cool though. I'm glad JF's back. I mean, he went away for a while after 2.0 was gone, and he's one of the most entertaining people to watch play the game. He's an expert, the best person in the game at having 30-minute matches. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but he doesn't have 30-minute matches by accident.
Yes, that's what I mean. He's the best at it. Like I meant talent-wise. He builds decks that are insanely defensive, and then he'll get behind in mana or XP, I mean, and he'll just come back, and then you'll make that match last for double digits, and I just
Yeah.
love it. It's so
I've
entertaining when he streams.
had a 28-minute match, ultimately lost against him before.
Yeah. So I love him. I think he's a really unique player, and it'd be cool if he joined tournaments, but the time zone thing.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
Asia is
we
really
do
rough.
get him in an event every now and then, so that's always
Yeah.
good to see him. Would be nice if Cat came back as well, the legendary Cat.
What it?
I know you don't want it, but
I do want a chance to win, but also I just want to not have to face him ever again. So I'm okay with him not being hurt.
we'll see. But maybe if Minion Masters blows up, some of these older players will come back. I do think 2.0 is in a pretty healthy state at the moment. We did see some awkward bugs today, but ultimately you can play the game for hours on end without real issue, which is not something we could really say for a good while now. So that's good. Steam reviews are better. That's good. You know, everything's looking definitely a lot rosier, but I think it's important that the devs take this opportunity, this little ball of positivity, and really build on it and go forward. And because you know, we've seen in the past, you get these big player spikes from a DLC and then they drop off. It's all about, you know, getting players in the game is great, retaining the players is crucial. Show Me the Money says, what do you think of the proposed PTR changes? Have you looked at them?
I have not. I don't know if he's referring to a specific card or just all the changes. So if he wants to be more specific,
Because Border Patrol was in there.
Oh, Border Patrol is in there?
Yeah,
Hold on.
I assume
look
that
at
that's
this.
why you were talking about it.
No, I just brought it up because I don't want to see the card die. Let me see it.
It's definitely on the radar now. You spoke about it.
Yeah, but I'm not lying here. I don't think it's broken. I like to think hear me, FDM. I don't ruin my Border Patrol. All right, I feel special for having brought it into the meta. All right, don't let my ego die.
Oh, it's posted just in the. It was just the. I don't think it's an announcement.
see it.
There it is. Okay, it's not an announcement. I can send you it.
Go ahead. Let me see this. What are they? Is it going to 7 mana? Please don't tell me it's getting.
I feel like it was just not getting a shield or something.
Alright, let's see here. Border Patrol.
Border Patrol.
Cost.
So cost going from 5+1 to 4+2, but removing the shield trigger. So
I prefer you didn't. I mean, it's a good nerf. It's a good nerf. That's a good way of going about it, because the card was dead when it was 7 mana outside. Because it's a crystal card. So, just don't though.
what else do you think is, without like necessarily looking at what's potentially going to get nerfed, but what do you think is ripe for getting nerfed?
I don't think Rystar is broken. That is my personal opinion. I don't think Rystar is busted. I think Boomer might eventually get a nerf because it's been such a solid performer for I think months now. It's one of those cards where it was dead for years. Like I just mean like basically no one ever played it, even when it had its Voidborn wound buff. And then like half a year ago, out of nowhere, it's a very common card that people throw into their cheap decks. And I really like it, but I feel like it might get its Voidborn wound taken away.
Especially against in the meta where there's a lot of Rystar melee units. That can get a massive
I
value.
originally added it because people were running Blood Imps all the time. This is before they got some of their nerfs. And Boomer, you just throw it in there, and it's insane against Blood Imps, and if the opponent takes out spells, they're almost guaranteed to have a negative mana trade. So I was a big fan of it. And Sapphire Pebble, another one that I do think will probably get another nerf. It's just so good for
How
one
would you
mana.
nerf it though? Would you leave it at 1 mana but just reduce its damage?
I'd maybe make it even shorter on its duration, because I feel like it sits there for ages, because it has 2 different stages, right? It's got the headless stage, which reloading, it's got the ready to attack stage, and both of those combined, its lifetime is I think longer than it needs to be.
I think
I'd
it also
rather see down to,
gets.
like 10 seconds.
I feel like it gets more HP when it's reloading as well.
Yes, it does. It goes from 50 to I think 100.
So sometimes it's difficult to shut it down before it goes again. So maybe they could reduce or remove that extra HP.
That's another thing, is it was banned versus me every single game that I played versus the top players, And I mean, I think that kind of shows that they really didn't want me to bring it out. Not me specifically, but just because it's such a helpful card. Like it would annihilate Herald, and I don't know. I think it'd be good versus Akinlap. It's also bridge control is the other thing because it's got a range of 10, and that is more than enough to take a unit out before they cross the bridge.
Well, funnily enough, in the proposed changes, Sapphire Pebble range 10 down to 8, respawner health 100 down to 50, respawner building decay removed. That's kind of interesting. And the damage required to prevent trigger threshold down to 50 from 58.
You're talking about Cage Prowler now, but keep going. Are you not talking about Cage Prowler?
I thought I was, but that's what it says. It's next to Sapphire Pebbles.
Everything? I don't know.
Cage Prowler has similar changes, but Sapphire Pebble has that as well.
Oh, yeah, I see. Respawner building decay removed. Okay. Interesting. So, yeah, that's good.
Resonating Blast Crystal, that's very strong. But it seems like it's only going to reduce the damage from the original, the spell damage, not the crystal damage. So
I don't like that. I'm looking at that right now. I think that's too weird. Huh. Because that brings it down to, it's still 200 damage then with the second explosion. But I really don't like the idea that the first play is really weak. I would much rather see it just go back down to 100 damage. Personally, I think
make
that
sure
makes
you
it
join.
very wonky.
Make sure you join the PTR discussion and have your say. Fill out the form, guys. Make sure you join the Minion Masters Discord. Check out the PTR. Have the discussion about the upcoming balance. Have your say. I don't think the PTR is like officially open yet, but there's a discussion about the upcoming
Proposed
PTR.
changes.
Yeah, which normally is with
else?
the PTR.
Anything else you wanted to talk about?
Spell Dancer definitely needs a nerf.
That's true. I think that I like the design personally, but I do agree. I think she's too good at taking out not even low health minions, just medium health minions as well from anywhere in the arena.
Nazara. Have you played around with Nazara at all?
I have not. I kind of purposely avoid season cards while they're banned because I don't want to think about them when I'm like building decks for you know, it just kind of throws me for a loop when I'm trying to build tournament decks.
But they're proposing to give her a bit more HP and also improve the vampiric heal to 30%.
You think Blade Star is still too strong?
Yeah, 100%. It lasts too long. You can completely screw it up, but it lasts long enough to bounce around and come back and still just get some extra value. Also, they need to fix the visuals as well, because it still kills stuff after the visuals finish.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty bad. And that's the thing, spell visuals, man. Chain Lightning, Resonating Blast Crystal, Blade Star. These things, man, I really want to see them fixed. I feel like it really affects how valuable these spells are. It makes them almost stealth-like, and I don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely see people play into the Blade Star because they think it's finished, and it hasn't, and that just really feels bad. But I feel like the number of bugs, and FDM and the devs have been very hard at work recently squishing a lot of bugs. They haven't, the bug fixes that we're talking about now haven't actually been released yet, but there's a lot of bug fixes coming, which is good. We've also seen a lot of bug fixes previously already, because as you saw, we only had one card banned from the tournament because of bug, the Rocket Scrat, and that's one of the things. You know, we had the Prowler back today, which has previously been banned for a long time with the Musketeer. We saw both of those cards a lot more often. So the number of gameplay bugs, especially gameplay bugs that are bad enough to require things to be banned, is really dwindling, and that's good. You know, we're getting into a much better position where you can have many games without being impacted by any sort of bugs.
I also think the meta is pretty balanced right now, at least for 1v1. I cannot talk about 2v2 because I just don't know, but 1v1, I think even though people are preferring to play Ryan Star, I don't think it's busted. I think that you can win with a lot of stuff right now. Just good variety.
The thing with Brightstar, though, is it's so polarizing. If you're playing a ranged deck, you're going to be probably having a bad time against all those Centurions. Whereas if you're not, then it can really be a coin flip once one or the other. And I think that's why they're thinking about reducing the damage reduction from the Bulwark from 50% to 35%. I think that's healthy. It kind of like it keeps the idea of the card the same, but it makes it less polarizing.
It's too intense because you get it on 10 units, so it's like
Yeah.
for a whole cycle, if not more, depending on how many Legionnaires you choose to play in that time frame. You can just have these units that are not immune, my bad, but that are just almost like you never want to play into them with range units, and that kind of just cuts off how you want to answer.
And although
Personally, I do have
yeah, go on.
I do have a positive win rate with it, even though I've been running a lot of range units. I don't think it's insane. I do think that it's like anything. There's always going to be stuff that have a weak spot, right? But it is very broad spectrum to make it 50% range damage, because that means there's a lot of decks out there that are just going to have a hard time because they're ranged, and that's not really a special feature. That's just how you build deck.
I mean, but you're okay though, because you're playing that broken ass border patrol, so you don't have any problems with it.
And it's great versus bulwark. So.
Okay. So I think the game's in a good spot right now. You know, we had some issues during the tournament, but these things happen. We got through them. No harm, no foul. The devs are always working hard to keep the meta interesting. How are you feeling about Storm Tamer? Even though Storm Tamer is no longer bugged, it still feels very strong, and the proposal is to reduce the Storm Tamer's range. It definitely does feel like a powerful card, and I think the play rate is showing that.
Well, I don't see it like ever in 1v1, and I've not been playing 2v2 this month, so I can't really say for sure. I've been seeing it on stream, because I lurk in streams, and
you never play against Eric then?
Eric? Oh yeah, I do play him, that's true. He does run it. I don't think it's a problem for me.
That's one of those cards that, depending on your deck, can be catastrophic.
I do like running Impetus, and Impetus kind of shuts it down pretty effectively. I've also been running Iron Grenade, and if a fully charged Iron Grenade just takes it out in one hit. So I feel like maybe my decks have been lucky, but also I think it's one of those cards that gets more value in 2v2 than 1v1.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was surprised to see how the play rate didn't really drop after the bug got fixed, because I felt people were just playing it because of when it would just bug out units, but it seems like actually it's just a decent card, because the CC is so strong and it reapplies it so quickly that it can get so much value.
It reminds me of Diplomancer, because it's another one of those like completely original cards that's been released, and then it kind of just takes over the meta. And I like that personally. I think it's great to shake up the game, because it's nothing like we've ever had before, but it's also going to be balanced. Maybe it frustrates players, I'm sure it does, but I love it when we get brand new card ideas that shine in the meta. I think it adds great variety.
Yeah, I mean that's the difficulty of adding new stuff, is that you don't want it to be too similar to other things, or like a bigger version or a smaller version of something. And we've definitely got, if you've seen the upcoming the news in the game with the big Scrath vehicle, that's definitely going to be an interesting one. I don't know if that was something you got to test on the private PTR that we can't talk about, but that's definitely an interesting and different vehicle from of the scrap variety, so we'll look forward to that for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like that's pretty much, we could talk about things for a long time, but
that's about it as far as highlights go, I think.
Yeah, some good plays, some awkward stuff, but yeah, please, I encourage everyone, because everyone has, I mean, there's so many people that have a say about balance and complaining about balance, but the portion of those people that actually take the time to have a proper conversation, get involved in the PTR, give your feedback in the format that the devs have said, if you feedback in this way, we will 100% read it. The proportion of people that do that is so minuscule, which is kind of frustrating, because, you know, the more information that the devs can get, the more opinions, especially from people from all over the spectrum of abilities, because most of the people in the PTR, I'd say, are decent players, top level players, which of course is not necessarily representative of the player base as a whole, and that's the difficulty for the devs, of keeping everything balanced for players of all abilities. So even if you're not an experienced player, your opinion can definitely matter, So please, I encourage that. And the Discord's been really great recently. It's been really busy. Lots of people chatting about all sorts of different things Minion Masters related. New players asking for help. People asking for stuff when something's not going quite right. Devs getting involved in the conversation. So it's really been a good place, and I encourage everyone to get there. You know, you think how good and positive stuff is in the Discord, and then you compare that to the Steam forums, which is just, oh god, people just complaining, writing novels about just what they hate about the game. It's just madness.
Is it that bad? I've never actually gone to the Steam forums, but I've heard over the years plenty of interesting things.
Oh, it's not my favorite place. I took like a couple of weeks away from it because it was just too much nonsense. You know, it's people are always negative there, but during 2.0, the launch, when things were really bad, it was just depressing. You got the people complaining about things. You got the pieces of shit that are just enjoying, like just watching the car crash and saying, you know, we know who these people are. But the Discord is really a great place for it. Right. Anyway, anything else that you want to talk about?
Nothing particularly jumping out. I feel like we've gone over a lot. You know what? I'm gonna win 3 in a row.
You heard it here first. Okay, let me message Kat.
And then, you know, who knows? Maybe I might commentate still. That is one more thing I'd like to bring up is I might commentate tournaments in the future, or at least ask if I'm, you know, if you guys are interested in having me join you. But right now, I want to like make a statement. You know, I kind of want to like perform well, because for almost a year, I kind of was just a casual player who barely joined the tournaments. I just come in, make a joke, and I wasn't really doing anything. And I almost feel like I want to make up for that by like, so I'm kind of on a hot streak, and I'm trying to keep it up. Other than that,
do you remember when I said about you like co-commentating with me, and you said you'd think you'd do a better job on your own?
I don't think I said I think I do a better. It wasn't about you. Don't take it personally. I just mean I would love to commentate by myself. I think I do a great job, and I think it'd be a lot of fun.
I see. Anyway, right, DSOO, very well done. 2 tournaments in a row. You are the grand champion. Congratulations, and as always, thanks for joining us, and good luck in your future endeavors, all Minion Masters related.
And thank you to everyone who helps host these events. Sinobii is a champion, man. He's been running these for years. Great guy.
100%. Right.
I'll see you later.
See you again soon. Bye. Right, and that was our good friend DefShoot. 2 times champion. Right, okay, so what do we have to do? We got our giveaway, which I'll do after the stream. Make sure you entered that, and check your DMs to see if you've been fortunately selected by our very complicated bot. Make sure you're following and have put the command in. We're going to look at someone to raid, and then we can move on with our evening. Thank you so much to everyone that joined us today. Hopefully you had a good time. I certainly did. We saw lots of great plays, lots of fun stuff. People playing on their phone. Did I mention Minion Masters is available on your phone? Okay, I'm going to start waving already because I always forget to start waving too early, and then it takes a while. So we're going to start now. We're going to go drop a raid. Go and see someone else that's playing minions. Yeah, I agree. The Brother of the Burning Fist is one of my favourite cards, and a card that very rarely sees any play at all. Is kind of sad. But it's definitely outshone by the alternatives, and that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Maybe Holy Fire needs a bit of a buff. That will also buff Sanctum as well. And Smite. Do those cards need a buff? Maybe. Maybe it needs to be buffed in a different way. Why not join the Minion Masters Discord and have the discussion about the balance? Is there a card that you feel is completely underappreciated? Completely off the radar when it comes to getting buffs or nerfs? Have your say. Right. Make sure you're in the giveaway, and we will peace out shortly. I know today's event kind of went on longer than normal. We did have some delays that we had to deal with, so sorry about that. I will put the VOD up on YouTube tomorrow, so make sure you drop a sub on my YouTube if you want to keep up to date when that goes live. And of course, I'll put the timestamps in the description or the chapters in the video, whatever, so you can easily jump across to find the matches. We just hit 2,500 subs on YouTube, which is amazing. Thanks so much for everyone that's hit that sub button. Thanks so much for everyone that's checked out the videos. Lots of useful Minion Masters related stuff there. If you're new to the game, you will definitely find some things to help you out without a doubt. It kind of rhymes. Right, I'm going to go and have a late dinner. And you guys enjoy whatever you are doing for the rest of your day, for sure. Thanks again for joining me. And don't forget, Minion Masters is now available on your phone if you have a compatible Android device. Check it out. You can link your Steam account, and it's free to play with no Netflix subscription required. I feel like there's something I've forgotten. I know we're going to do the giveaway. I'll do that after the stream. I think we're okay. I think we're good. Okay, looks like the wave has begun. That's good. If you miss out on any of the wave, check the VOD. It'll be in its entirety. We're going to go see Destroy, who played today. Go say hi to him. A long time member of the Minion Masters community. Very good player, very nice guy. Streams as well, of course. We're not going to raise someone that's not streaming. That would be silly, wouldn't it? No one, thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Go play Minions. It might just be the best game ever. Definitely not biased. I'm waiting! There we go! Thanks so much for joining. If you're still here, you are late and in the wrong place. Go say hi to Destroy, good friend of mine, and of the communities. And I will see you